Hello. Hi everyone. Are you guys back? About to start. Anyone back yet? Hello. Is anyone back? Hi everyone. All back yet? I hope everyone is back.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Vincent.
Hi. Oh, I just missed the intro by Britannia, right? Says microphone is not working. Okay, gotcha. Hey, but I still need to ask you questions lah sometimes. Apa macam?
So far, okay, can follow.
Okay. That was who? Sorry.
Careful.
Okay, got it. Now I shared my screen, and this is how it was when I left for the break. I'm going to press Ctrl S. So make sure you save up very frequently, guys. So hang on. So we're at slices. Let's continue. All right. So this part here, I'm touching on the basics of the table because we see table again in Power Query and Power Pivot. All right. All right. So table design. I can convert this back into range if I want to, which means normal Excel range. I will still get the colors. The colors doesn't convert back to the normal original cells. Yeah, if I do that. Okay, so there are other features there. Okay, a bit of noise on my side here. Sorry about noise. Okay, so that's it for table. Let's move on. Gonna close this already. Any questions before I close?
Not from my end.
I do have one.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
When it comes because for the slices we are actually putting it by side, but I know that I've seen it before that.
Yep.
You know, the slices is on the left and it's easy for them to filters and all that. How
Yep.
do we do that?
On the left. This one.
So meaning, yeah, because now it is separated by 3 different slices.
Yeah.
But there's times where I see that's only the 3 different slices is being placed together with the table that is easy to be
You
filtered.
mean on the left side?
Yeah, it's actually together, all the 3 slices.
Oh, it's actually a matter of arrangement actually.
Okay.
It's like simply, arrange it. Fast arrangement, right? All you need to do is to use your control button, select everything, right? And then go to this thing is really kacauing my. Do you see this black thing on the screen? Do you
Yeah.
get? Yeah.
We see it as a gray.
Yeah, you see I can't reach my menu now. So weird, right? What do I do?
I think you just have to move that, by the side.
Yeah,
Then you can see.
I'm gonna move it away. Thanks. Okay, I'm actually going here, right? I've selected all my items here. I'm going to slicer here. This is what I was looking for, and I'm going to click on align, and I'm gonna align top or bottom over here. So I'm gonna either one. So let's pick top, so it gets aligned. Now I can also align, distribute vertically or horizontally. For this is horizontally. So there it goes. So I think it's a matter of how you want it. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay.
I think there's also something to snap to grip, no? This one. So that you can snap it to grid or shape. Now there it is. See that? Snap. This bunch of things here. Okay. So don't manually realign your things. So group everything together and then just realign at one go. Okay, that will save time a lot. It will make things more even also. Okay, I'm gonna save up. Time to close already. We have to move on to what else? Pivot table. So this is not 100% coverage of pivot table. Reason I'm doing this thing is like this. So we'll come across pivot tables when we work with Power Pivot. Alright, so I'm touching on the basics here. Let's go over the data. Now again here, right? If I go to the left side, right click, the bunch of things that I'm talking about, right? Only this relates to our exercise. The rest are nodes. Alright. Okay. We see the same bunch of stuff. Now what's happening here? What we're going to do is like this. Excel range, we're going to convert to table like earlier. And then after that, convert to pivot table. Why like this? Why so much trouble? Too much time. So the reason is like this. Okay. Now is the golden rules of pivot table. So first one, your pivot table, you have to manually refresh your pivot table. You want to see changes in reflected. Okay, if there are changes in the original data, say example, more rows added, right? Or any change in all calculation or whatever, right? So you have to manually refresh your pivot table so it doesn't happen automatically. All right, that's rule number one. Second golden rule is, even if you refresh your pivot table, manually refresh that is, and if you have new lines of data added to your data source, you will not see those new lines reflected even if you manually refresh. So strange. Unless you keep your data in the table. Can follow? Two rules. Cannot. Did you get what I say? If you don't keep your data right in the table and you have new rows, right, your pivot table won't capture the new rows even if you manually refresh, unless your data right is in a table. So that's why we do a table before doing a pivot table. Okay. If your list does not, you're not expecting your list to increase or decrease or whatever, stagnant, right? No need to do table if you want to. Okay. Okay, here we are going to do the same thing like just now. Here, convert this bunch of numbers, which are the number of days, into dates. So Control Shift hash. Alright, it's very mechanical. In the body of the range, press Control T. make sure this is checked and click OK. I'm going to save up. Right, so next step. So next step over to you, Sonitra. You're on. Are you there? Hello? Sonitra, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Next step.
Yeah.
I need you to demo to everybody. So I'm going to unshare my screen. And what's the next step? It's a repeat line actually. Okay, can do.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right,
Just a moment.
cool. Wait, slow, huh? My screen
Oh.
baru refresh. Okay.
Wait, I'm having. Can you see my screen? I'm actually having some issues. Wait,
Yeah,
loading.
not yet.
Okay.
All right.
Control Shift.
Control Shift hash.
Yep. Yep. Okay, and then the next step is
Yep.
live preview.
Not live preview. The next step of converting the table. Haven't done yet.
The price range.
We have price, we have unit sold, and we need revenue. Remember? So we need a revenue column.
Yep.
Yep.
Where is it?
Am I
Okay, am I
redo?
doing it now?
Wait, hang on. Undo.
Yep, okay.
Slowly.
Like equal,
Mm.
and then I click on price and also unit solid.
Your asterisk mana pergi? Multiplication, man. You need to multiply price with unit sold. So, yeah. So you need to press asterisk and then unit sold. Asterisk. You know that symbol? Asterisk?
Yeah. It's not coming.
It's on your keyboard. Where is it? Yeah, that's right.
Yep, okay, yeah. Got it.
Alright, not done yet. What's the next step? Very good. Alright.
Yep.
Rename the column 1.
Total sum.
Revenue.
Total revenue. Okay.
And save up.
Sorry?
Save up. Control S. Okay, good job. I think okay already. You just have to press Control S only. That's all. I know why you went to the menu. It's okay because you are on recovered. You know. So
Yeah.
okay. Alright. Thanks. On over to me. Yeah, you might notice where is the clapping from, right? We're actually live in front of thousands of people. So we are not alone. Just joking. Okay. We're here and my turn now. Equal sign. I'm gonna get that revenue column. Alright. And there it is. Alright, I'm gonna rename this column.
Are you sharing your screen? Because
I was.
I can't see.
You didn't share. Wait again. I did share what just now. You didn't, is it not appearing? Wait, let me do it again. Okay, I think it's on now.
Okay. It's
Okay.
out.
Okay, thank you. So there it is. I'm gonna rename revenue and save up. Okay, hope you guys actually get this. Exact same steps like the earlier example. Okay. So I'm not changing anything. I'm not even changing the number formatting here. No, I'm not. We're just gonna leave it like this. You see. So the next thing to do now is to do a pivot table out of this. There are a couple of ways to do it. Firstly, using shortcut key. Secondly is actually clicking the body of the table and going to here. We are going to do shortcut key actually. So it's actually this button here. Alright. You only see one, I got two. Okay. I'm going to use the shortcut key called alternate, and now it's like this. When you see shortcut keys with the plus sign, it is simultaneous pressing of the keys. If you see commas, it means alternate first, secondly and thirdly we. Okay, sequential manner. Comma is for sequential pressing of keys. And please take note, shortcut keys can differ from Excel versions to another. I believe everybody is using 365, right? If I'm not mistaken, or no? Okay. This shortcut key was different in Excel 2013. It had a T there, Be very careful. When Excel 2016 came in, the T was removed. Alright. So my Excel version has a T there because I got extra button inside my Excel. Okay. So just be aware of that. You can actually check your Excel versions here, guys. You go to here, right? Go to account here. You can check here, this part here. Okay, account. Alright. Okay. Now the reason why I ask you to check is like is that you're bound to have differences with the different Excel versions that we are gonna use. I think everybody is using 365, right? I'm pretty sure, guys. You are using 365, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. No.
No.
For me, I'm using Professional Plus 2016.
Okay, that is good. Professional Plus is good. Anyone else different? So Kafung is 365, right? Okay. Let me explain a bit before I continue. There are two buckets of Excel versions, right? One is the desktop version that you have all the year inside there, right? 2013, 2016, and 2019. Another one is just 365. So desktop is those Excel versions that you have with the year. Alright. So the year is very fixed. So once it's released, but new changes are pushed through 365. Alright, and of course 365 we have different tiers also as well. Now the tools that we need usually sits in the highest, more expensive version of Excel, which is Professional Plus. You see 2016, 2019 Professional Plus. You see 365, right? Now 365 has all versions already have Power Query and the tools. Okay, so hopefully they don't change it. As I'm speaking, these things change quite frequently, especially when it comes to 365. Tomorrow it might be a different story, okay, in terms of where the tool lies. So please expect different the look and feel what you see on my screen and yours. Even if you sometimes have the same version of 365, but within the same version you have like business, you have like, I don't know, home edition, and I don't think you have home edition, so so things like that. Okay, so different things. Okay, we have to be expecting different because Excel is moving so fast, so we have to be expecting that no longer the same stuff that we use. Oh, the screen not same as mine, so, it no longer applies. Okay, I'm gonna apply this one. Let's go for it. Click in the body of the table. I'm gonna press alternate, and myself I have to press T because I'm linked to Power BI, so I'm gonna press T, and you need to come to this. So make sure, guys, you have this. See, I accidentally click on something. I better do it again. And okay, so you need to do this. Okay, you'll get this. Make sure it's table 1. Yep, make sure it's table 1 and not a cell. If you click on a cell, you see only this becomes a pivot table, which is not right. Correct, right? See, now I can't undo already. I need to check whether I can still do this, so be very careful. I think it's like that. Alright, so new worksheet, yes. This one, please don't check the box because this is Power Pivot. We are not doing this yet. We don't want to send data unnecessarily to different locations because it eat our computer resource. Let's click on OK. So I'm gonna unzoom, and there it is. So see that new worksheet. I'm going to rename this worksheet simply by calling it pivot table. Enter and save. Okay, so far does it work on your side? Is everybody okay? Can get it to work now? Okay. Okay. Pivot table is empty because nothing populated. So how to populate things? My preference is dragging and dropping this stuff, although you can actually put ticks on it. I don't want things to be auto recognized. I just like to drop things into precisely where I want it to be so that I don't have to correct things. That's why I drop them rather than click them, because there are 4 items here, so I just want to precisely drop things. So look for transaction date and drag and drop. Alright, can see that. Now in Excel 2016 onwards, the pivot tables, when things are drag and drop into rows, right, and if it recognizes the date format, it will summarize the dates in the highest hierarchy, which is the year. I wasn't really used to this because I was expecting nothing to be summarized when I was transitioning from 2013 to 2016, but no choice. This is how it looks like. It summarizes into year, whether we like it or not. By design is like that, no. Okay, and staring at us on the face here. Now look at that. This bunch of things, right? What does it do, right? Field headers, see that? It's just making things not appearing. Field list, see that? So we want it to be appearing or not. So that this bunch of things here is actually your field button. You can hide them. Normally I don't, because when I'm doing pivot table, most likely I'm analyzing stuff, so I don't I need those buttons, so I don't hide them, so I'll just let it be. Alright. Okay. The structure of pivot table is simple. It's like that. It's a table. You have row labels and you have column labels, and inside here is your data. Alright, so you see that column, rows, and your values. Okay, filter is actually somewhere here. We are really not short of filter. You see, look at that, so many filters, right? After that, we create slices. That one also filter. Here also got a filter. Okay, so okay, let's go. Now here, let's drop. We don't have columns, right? So let's drop product category down. Let's drop revenue. So that's how it looks like. Okay, so far. The data is kind of like in millions. We will handle this later. Now you take a look at this, right? I'm randomly going to select any given cell, say this one, and if I expand it, wow, Q1, you know, this sort of thing. So let me change this into individual dates and see what happens. Right click. Do you see ungroup there? Could you ungroup this, please? Yes, click on it and becomes like, you know, individual items. You see that? It's gone. Now it's called transaction date, which is per our original data. So that, and you want it back, simply come to here, anywhere at all, single cell. Don't click the whole thing, but click on any given cell in the body of column A. Right click, go to group, and okay, I'm going to select one. No? Let's select something, months and years. Let's do this, 2. Okay, let's keep our pivot table in a standard manner so that your pivot table looks the same as mine. So on here now, years actually pop out, but you see this year here pop out, right? It's because that it's a label, no, it's a row label. So you don't see months there because months are not a label. They are not bold out. Okay, years are the label. Okay. All right. Let's change the format of the layout of the pivot table. Now we click on this, right? Anywhere in the body of the table, go to design. Before we hit the thing, you may notice colors here as usual. So okay, and here as well, you can actually show and unshow things. I just want everything on, so I'm not touching any of this stuff. Alright, what I want to do is here, right here, can you locate layout please, under design, layout. Okay, take a look at report layout, guys. I'm going to minimize my screen so they can see. Please click on compact form. Anything happen? Okay, nothing happened because we are already in compact form. I'm just testing your morning coffee and mine as well. So click on outline form. Did anything happen? It's just the formatting of the pivot table, that's all. Okay, and last one, There's only three, tabular form. For the purpose of this exercise, right, I'm keeping everything in tabular form for now. Okay, let's keep in tabular form so that because your cells will change according to the format, pivot table. So you see different thing, if you are not the same as what you see on the screen now, which is tabular form. Okay, so I'm in tabular form now. Now there's one part here, you take a look here. Repeat all label items. What happens if you click on it? You see that? Everything comes out on the label. Now people use this because sometimes they want to do formulas. So like VLOOKUP or summing. If it's blank, how to do formula cannot do, right? So that's why these things are here. Otherwise, you don't need it. I would suggest do not repeat label items. Okay? Alright. So every year here you see has a total. Total is because, well, subtotals. We are showing subtotals. Now if we click on do not show, this will be gone naturally. Right. Why if we click on this? You see this? Top of group. Now it's at the bottom now. We want to change this to the top. Can we do it? Can you try doing that? It is not possible to do that actually, to tell the truth. You know why? Let me try. See that? You see? Nothing happens. It's because this one does not work for this. So just remember, it's not really important. It's just like it doesn't work. That's all. Now you don't have to change your format. You can just look at my screen because I want you to remain in your tabular format. So if I actually show in compact form, the group goes up. If I go in outline form, it still remains up. And if I shift back to tabular form, it remains at the bottom. Okay? It's kind of silent, but it's like that. Okay? Alright. So now number formatting. Let's put this to double 2 decimal points and comma separated values so that we can see the thousands. Right click please. Okay, right click. Do you see this? If you have, can you click on number format please? I'm going to choose another item. You click on number format and I'm going to choose format cells and then we compare on the screen. So I get this. Do you see any difference? What's on your screen and mine? Anyone?
As for number formats, can also only see number. As for yours, can see there's so many other tabs on top. Alignment, font, border, field protection.
This bunch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There's one noticeable difference. It's just that visual thing lah. Okay. Thanks for that. So now let's go on first. Let's go to number. Use comma separator, 2 decimal points, and we can simply see that hey, this is what we want actually. It's good enough. So this is a sample, right? And that's it. Done. Please click OK. What happens on your screen?
The number format change for me is all, then yours is only one
One cell.
yeah.
Yeah, Cao Fong, you're right. So mine is not really ideal. I'm just changing one cell, which is not correct. So I'm gonna go anywhere and click on the second option. Change the number and click OK. And everything gets changes. So remember, use this and not this. Okay. And I'm gonna save it up. I hope everyone is doing along, because this is a follow along training, guys. So whatever I show on the screen is what I expect you to have at this moment, very moment, what I have on the screen. Alright, same picture to the cell. Okay, so please do not be doing anything else. So it's like this. What happens in training usually, when I attend training, I also expect the same on myself. Try to focus and do it so that it gets ingrained into you, and through practice in the future, right, because you need to apply things, you actually get this as second nature, these skill sets. So you need those things. So the first step is actually doing the exercises in a follow along fashion. All right, okay. All right, so the number formatting now is okay. It's all to comma style, 2 decimal points, and I have 3 years of data. Next thing, guys, slices. So let's create some slices. Click on anywhere in the body of the pivot table. Go to pivot table, analyze. Do you see these guys over here? Yep. Let's go for it. And I'm gonna click like 3. The rest is just too long, that's why I don't choose that. Alright, so just 3. Click OK and simply drag to the side, and I really mean simply. And another one, you see this timeline? Click on it, please. This is a slicer for time. It recognizes your date column in column A. If you don't have a date column, this will be blank. So click on this, click OK, and then we have a slicer for time. It's kind of fun actually. You'll take a look at things. So I'm going right to the start. You see, you can actually move it around. And 2020, I'm choosing like January, and things are filtered. Where is it? I'm gonna go to the site. Okay, I'm coming here. Alright, so you see that January. How about February? I'm gonna slide it such a way that I have 2 months. I'm gonna be very careful. Yeah, January, February. 1 quarter is like 3 months, right? So I'm gonna select March and make it recognizes Q1. So this is Q1, quarter 1. And other months, you can actually drop the list and check out the view that you can select. I'm going to select the year view. I know we have 3 years there, right? So click on it.
Sorry, Vincent, I missed out the step. I can't find the timeline.
It's actually up here. You see that? It's right beside slicer. Can? I think a storm is coming now. You guys in KL? I'm in KL actually. Big rain.
Sorry, I I still cannot see. I see slicer, report connection.
Saw that on the screen.
I only see report connection. Is it on the slicer tab? The ribbon?
Go to the pivot table analyze. Do you have this?
Pivot table analyze.
On different Excel versions,
yes,
you just see
I
like
saw.
pivot table. Okay. Yeah. Saw that.
Okay, I found it. Okay.
Okay. So click on it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So remember, you have differently worded things because we might be on different Excel versions. Okay. So click on this, and now I'm on years actually. So I can see that the Q1 2020, which I selected, it's quite graphically accurately presented in a way. You notice this is half, right, which is half of the year. So Q1 is just okay, it's not bad lah. So it's actually presented very properly on a scale. Okay, except that right now I've selected years, right? I can only select the whole year and not part of the year. When I do that, the whole year comes out. Okay, so I can simply slice it. I am facing some corruption in data, but don't worry about that. So 2023, there's nothing inside, so don't worry. Okay, so what is a slicer for? It's for filtering. Okay, I'm going to move it to the side.
Vincent, I have one question.
Go ahead, please.
Because usually for Australia's, our financial year, Q1 will be July, August, and September,
Okay,
instead of the normal, which is January until March. Is
Okay.
there a way that we can change Q1 is actually referring to those 3 months?
this is calendar year.
Yeah, correct.
So Q3, we always refer calendar wise. You, do you mean you want to change Q1 to June, July, August?
July, August, September.
Oh, cannot lah.
Is that
Cannot change.
Cannot.
Cannot
Okay.
change.
All right.
This is the calendar quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So it just recognizes date values and then it just does that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So you guys are servicing different regions, right? Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to work around the clock actually. The worst part is the US and UK, which is totally, the clock is the balik one. So different, opposite. And Hong Kong time as well. So that kind of thing going on. So, alright, let's move. So what am I doing? I didn't refresh. Okay. And of course you can select stuff lah, and you can clear the, I click on something wrong obviously while I was talking. I don't know what is it. Oh yeah, I did not click on the, what did I do? I'm just gonna try to clear everything. Okay, now back to normal. Okay, so we had groupings. Now you remember just now, we actually right click, right? And we try to group and ungroup, right? Now, we can also do that on our columns here. So let's try to do it. Do you notice this bunch of things here that we have? Except for this one, which is software. Is the rest hardware ka? Is the rest hardware? So, Praveen, what do you think? Is everything hardware except for this software? You there, Praveen?
Hello?
Yes, Praveen. What do you think?
Yeah, I think yes.
Kind of like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Namelets, workstation. Only this software.
Mm,
Yep.
correct.
Yep. So
Okay.
let's group this bunch of things into hardware and software only, which means after grouping we expect to see only two things there, two groups, hardware and software. Alright, let's do it. So everyone, what I'm going to do is like this. I'm going to use the control button to multiple select, because I'm going to select this bunch, right? And then I'm not going to select software, obviously, because I want to group the hardware, right? So I'm going to select this way. Just select the headers, don't select anything else, just the headers. Pressing my control button and selecting this way. So control button is the universal button for in Windows, not only Excel, when you want to select multiple items. So you guys got that? Can? Alright. I'm going to right click, but I can't right click on any cell, no. I got to go to the area which I selected to right click, otherwise it won't work. So I'm going to here, look at my cursor, and not outside. I'm going to right click now. Now can you find grouping, please? Group. Once you found group, click on it. Did anything happen? You look on my screen. Can Can get on, guys? Let's see.
Can.
Elisa, Anne, Jiaying, Crystal, Monisha, Neil, Pauling, Britanna, Puichi.
Yes, can.
Yep, Shamila, Winter. So you see that? So what we're gonna do is, you see this group 1, right? If I collapse this group, there are only two groups there. So I'm gonna rename this. Double click on this. Now I know that doesn't work properly, because when I double click it expands and it goes back. So I'm gonna press function key 2, like usual Excel, right? Function key 2 to edit stuff. And I'm just gonna change this group 1 into hardware and enter. Okay, and save. So I got these two groups. I'm going to remove the subtotal. So I'm going to design now subtotals. Now this is not a good way to do it. Tell you what, let's be direct. Right click, remove. See that? Right click, remove. Hey, shouldn't be doing that, right? Let me see. Shouldn't be working like that. It's actually here. See, wait, right click. It's not here, right? I'm going to come here on top, right click this part here. That's not right either. What's going on in my Excel version? Okay, let me do it again. You see this is gone, right? This product 2, this product category 2 is the newly created grouping for hardware and software just now. So I'm going to drag it here again. Okay, I was using 2019 before. I'm always using different Excel versions most of the time, so I'm coming back to 365 now, and it is slightly different, so that's why I'm having this thingy there. So it's not giving me the option to remove this thing, which is so weird. Yeah, there it is. Saw that? Let me click on other cells. It's not in other cells, which I normally expect. I think you find a different behavior if you're using 2019. So I'm going to the row above here, right here, and right clicking. This is the one I was looking for, right? Let me uncheck this. Nothing happening, blood. Let me check on this. No, it's not here. Did anyone manage to get rid of this software subtotal? Ada kah?
As for me, I did not manually remove it, but when I do the grouping, it's not there.
This one not there.
Not there.
Yeah, because 2019 different behavior, right?
I'm using 2016.
2016. Okay. Okay. So 365 is slightly different behavior. I'm going over to this part here is called the product category. Sorry, this is product category 2. This is product category as per original. I got nothing here to amend. Alright. Most likely I'm just gonna leave the subtotal there and move on. Alright. So nothing here. Oh, there it is. I should be clicking this, right? But okay, it's gone. So see that? Just now it not work. I remember I click on that. So you see that? Just uncheck the box subtotal product category 2. Because this bunch of stuff is category 2. Originally is product category. So when we group it, it became product category 2. And if we happen to further group, it becomes category 3 and so on and so forth. And 4 and 5 and 6 if that happens. So uncheck this box. And there it is. You notice that? This thing, this new column here is here. Alright. We can remove it if you want. So I'm going to throw it away and we're back to here. And if you want it back, we can always drag and drop inside. Alright. I'm going to save it. Okay. So now under sum of revenue, I'm just going to walk through stuff here, right here. If you click on this button, you are going to get a few items here. Now, usually what you right click or what you click on sub menus is what you actually get on the main ribbon. It's the same stuff, it's just sometimes it's worded differently, So you see this? You see it's worded differently. See that? It's the same. It's just worded differently. Confusing, Anyway, click on this. Click on value field settings, and you will come to here. This part is what? This part is just showing you your mathematical function. We are by default count. It's perfectly natural that we count numbers. Okay, if this bunch of stuff is in text format, you won't see sum there, I mean, it won't sum for you, it will count by default. Okay, and the rest of the bunch of things. Do you see this staring at us? This is the same number formatting that we did earlier. You know the second option thing, the right click thingy, is also here. Let's go to show values. We can show our values now, no calculation. We can show our values like as a percentage of these options here. Actually, it's like overkill. You see the things that we can select. So you can even rank items and even tag the items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if we want to. So if we choose like one of them, percentage of grand total, so everything is noted with reference to grand total 100%. I think you get the idea lah. Basically you just drag and drop, right? You get stuff, so it's just simple point and click stuff. Okay, simple but useful. I'm gonna revert to the original, so I'm gonna click on this and move it to show values as no calculation, back to where we were. Remember to save things, guys. Okay, we have slicer here, right? I'm gonna increase the size of my screen. I'm simply going to go to slicers and simply going to change the colors. Now usually when we do reports, we're going to stick to a professional kind of layout, not too colorful, but slicers you can actually make it differentiated because they all look the same. So the colors are pretty corporate like, so you can just change it. So you see, I haven't actually bothered to arrange stuff. It's like everywhere. Okay, I'm clicking on subcategory now. You notice subcategory has a long list, right? I gotta scroll down. Now what happened is, let me try and arrange subcategory, more or less flatten it so that it doesn't scroll downwards, but everything is spilled over to the right side. Okay, so let's click on subcategory, look for this under slicer columns. You see it's right in front of us. Now it's under one column. Let's increase the columns to say 5. I'm going to put 5. Enter, and I get 5 columns. If I increase it, you see that I'm just rearranging things. Okay, so try to rearrange stuff. You don't have to do it manually, you can use the align function. Alright, and since I have just now what I did, align here, right? I've selected snap to grid, snap to shape, and all those things. I can put them together, snap it, that sort of thing. Alright, I'm gonna save up. I'm clicking on subcategory and then right clicking. Let's go to report connection. Saw that right here. It's the same as what we have on the ribbon. Okay, click on it and see what happened. I'm supposed to get a box. Where's my box? Oh, there it is. Okay, when you click on report connections, this is the box that pops up. Okay, it's like this. It's what it's saying is like this. My slicer is connected to pivot table 1. So wherever I click will impact on my pivot table. If I unclick this, that means wherever I click has no impact already. So of course it doesn't make sense to uncheck the box lah, but we can do it lah, but no point, right? Wherever we click then no impact. Okay, so this is the function of things. All right. Right. We did not change the name of our pivot table, our table. Let's try to change the name of our pivot table. Click on your pivot table, go to pivot table analyze, and go to this corner here. Pivot table 1 is a very generic name, so let's change to anything, maybe store. Remember earlier when we did our table, no space was allowed, so this time I'm purposely going to test it out. Put a space, store sales, another space. I'm going to name it as pivot table, so I'm not using underscore. Enter, and it accepts my selection. You see that table 1 here was the original table, did not change, but the name of the pivot table doesn't appear here. Yeah, it's a pivot table, doesn't appear here. Okay, so our pivot table now is named store sales pivot table. Okay, now sometimes in work we might have multiple pivot tables. It makes sense to give the pivot table a relevant name so that you don't have to go into the pivot table and look at it so many times. Okay, so you know where it is and all. Okay, I'm going to save up, Control S. Any questions, guys? All okay now? So quiet one.
Hi Vince.
Hey man.
When I click on report connection, my pivot table got highlighted in yellow, and now I can revert it back to the normal as I can see in your screen.
So highlight the normal.
This is on the slicer part.
Yeah. Yes. You can't revert to normal, is it? Was that the what you said?
Yes.
Oh, you need,
After clicking on report connection.
okay. So what you need to do is just clear this. That's all. If you want to revert back, you want to revert to your original.
I also cannot because after I click clear also not showing anything.
Neil, can you
Can
show me?
I-
Can you show me what's on your screen? Easier.
Sure.
Thanks.
So here, as you can see, I've already unfiltered my slicers. However, the pivot table itself is highlighted in a light yellow, and I don't know how to revert the settings.
Okay, let me see how the software. If you go to columns, right, on your pivot table fields,
Mm-hmm.
see that all you need to do is remove what's not the original. So which one was your original? I think it's product category, right? So maybe you can
Yes.
remove your hardware there.
There are functionalities that I can use anymore in the pivot, like ungrouping the year, as you can see.
Okay, it's actually because of your, you go out to design, right?
Mm-hmm.
Up there. I think it's under analyze. Sorry, under analyze. Yeah, using 2019, I think, right?
Professional 2016 as well.
Okay. Go to buttons, plus minus buttons on your right side.
There.
Mm.
So
And
I
then,
must have
yeah,
collected.
yeah. So your functionality is back, right? Is that what you're looking for?
Uh, I think pretty much. But Vincent, any reason why my pivot table changed in color?
I think that's because you changed it, no?
Uh, it happened when I clicked on report connection.
Report
But
connection.
yeah,
Where was that?
in this part. So after clicking this one and uh, clicking OK, it changed color.
Okay, that one is
But
a
it
bit.
doesn't have any impact on the
No,
data, right?
no, it doesn't. It doesn't have impact on the color.
Okay.
Wouldn't have. That
All
one.
right.
Let me see. Could you try to go back to options? Go to options, slicer. Oh no, your pivot table. Yes, that's right. Go to design. Could you change the color back to original? Perhaps
Okay.
some light blue thing. I think that's
Weird.
it. I think so. It's not so close, but anyway. Could you try to do that like what you did earlier on the slicer and see whether the color changes at all? Right click, report connection, click OK.
No, it doesn't
Yeah,
anymore.
I think it was a different thing, the color changing. Probably is a click on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I have misclicked on the table color. Sorry about that.
No problem.
But anyway, thank you for sorting things out on my end.
Welcome. Okay,
I'll stop sharing my screen now.
thanks. Kao Fong, uh, was that your similar to your question just now?
Yeah, yeah, I already found out. Yeah, I can already now.
Okay, great. Okay. So we see different screens, right? Well, now expect different moving forward. Now it's not too bad in Excel, but the other cousin software of Microsoft, which is Power BI, which I use quite frequently also, it is released every month. So which means every month there's a new release. So traditionally, when software is actually released out, especially desktop versions, right? So this Power BI is desktop version, which I'm talking about. Microsoft doesn't make any drastic changes except for patches and security updates. But now it's a different story altogether. Especially Power BI, which we are not doing, yes, but you see, changes every month. Sometimes you open up, right? Hey, the color actually totally changes, and what happened yesterday and today? You're like, hey, goodness. So that kind of thing going on. And now back to Excel, right? Starting from Excel 2016. Okay. I'm not referring to 365, right? Okay. 2016 is desktop version. What happened in 2016 is like this. Every month there are a couple of updates at least. Now I actually discovered last couple of years some of the updates are actually quite major. The updates which are applied through the Microsoft website. Yeah. So it's so major that it actually added one or two functions or added one or two buttons, So now what's the big deal about this? The big deal is when I look back my Excel live, right? This has never happened before at all, Never for desktop versions. So what it means is like this, if you have desktop versions, look into updating very frequently. Alright? Okay? You might have that button on no button, that kind of thing going on. Can? Okay? So things are not the same anymore because the data world is moving so rapidly. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and where is my share screen? Alright, hang on a second. Okay. All right. One more thing. Do you see this being empty? Hey, by the way, guys, it's 12 o'clock now. I'm just looking ahead, right? Can we do lunch at 12:30?
I'm okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Alright. The usual stuff will be 1 hour lah. Now here we don't have filters, right? I am going to drop something here so that we can filter. Not that we are short of filter. We have so many filters now. Correct. We are like over filter. Here you drop it down, filter, filter, slicer also filter, and here also got filter. It's not that it's super duper important now, to tell the truth. Alright. So anyway, this is a legacy thingy. It's been around for super duper many years, where there were short of filters, right? So this is the main filter. So let's drop it. I'm looking for appropriate one. Let's drop stop. Okay. No repeats are allowed. No, that means I cannot drop something here which is taken up here. No, if you remove this, if I drop product category into here, it will remove. So I'm just dropping store. You see store here, right up here. It's actually up here, and if I go to it and drop it down, I got this. Alright, bunch of things. If I want to multiple select, you get the idea lah. Basically, you want to select something, filter, you can. Alright, it's just overkill of filter lah. Alright. Okay. Now, there's one feature here which is interesting, which we will make use of. This is like this. You need to click on the body of your table, guys, and go to pivot table, analyze, click on this, and it's actually here, right on the left side here. Here, you drop down these options. Wherever you see these tiny drop down arrows, right, there is most likely 3 or 4 things, or even a bunch of things hidden. Alright, do you see this?
I do, but mine is grey out.
Do you have a filter here?
Yeah.
How come grey out?
Wait, let me try again.
You must
Yeah,
have
it's still
filter.
grey out.
You must have something here. Okay, the rest how? You facing this problem now?
I don't see
Mine
the
is all
box.
grey out.
Which is red also.
Yes.
Wow. Carphone was saying something?
I don't see the option. Is a pivot table analyze, and then I click to.
This one.
I don't see the option.
Shamina. How about your side? I like to see, the wait
So great.
Puji, can you show your screen and I like to see that condition. That I think Puji and Sharifah is having the same situation,
Yeah, I
right?
think I managed to find it already. I managed to get it.
Yes, sir. Does it work now? Sharifah, how? Apa macam?
Yeah.
Belum lagi, masih grey out.
Could you show your screen? Can I take a look?
Sure. Can you see my screen already?
Yes, thank you.
It's grayed out.
I can't see it clearly. Hang on a second. Again, please. Okay, go to that. You know, those things are really blocking the WebEx thing is actually blocking. Go to that thing up there and go to options, please.
Go to
Yeah. No. On the ribbon. On the ribbon.
okay, sorry. What's the options?
On your left side.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, cannot. You need to click on the drop down arrow. Is it still grey now?
Yeah.
Very strange condition there. Let me think how and why. How about clicking on your store? Your store is actually okay. Actually, your filter. I don't.
Actually, when it's grey out, but if you click on it, something else appears. Even for me, it's grayed out.
I think it's very strange. No, it shouldn't be like this. Wait, hang on. You should be. Please, guys, when you see the drop down arrow, don't click on the button. No, you have to click on the drop down arrow because why? In other areas of Excel, there are other functions like when you click on the button, it just gives you the first option. So okay, hang on. You said who was mentioning something. If you click on show report, which is grayed out, it works.
Yeah, it works.
Try.
Try clicking. Yeah.
Okay, it works. But it's weird, man. Is it really grayed out or not?
It is. If I were to compare with this, the color is different. Yeah.
Okay. Alright. It works then okay, but it's really deceiving. This part I eventually it's terribly new. Is that the truth? Right? It is not normal. So anyway, thanks for sharing, guys. Let me move back to my own screen. And there I am. I'm going to options here. Okay. Yes, I can see that just now it was grayed out. I thought it was the blurry screen and things like that. It's not. Alright, so mine is here. And I click on it and we get to, let me minimize my screen. We get this, correct? Okay, so here, no surprise, what we have here should be the same as what you have as a filter. So try clicking OK. And what do you get? Anything? Observation, please. And
Yeah, we have a new column of buggy junction. Is that right?
yes, correct. I was trying to call up Anne, so thanks. Was it Sonitra?
Yes, it was me.
Cool. So okay, you see this bunch of stuff going on that which appears, right? This is, of course, the whole thing is here, right? This is actually broken up. This is like your copy pasted. You want to analyze, say, the stores, right? It's like the same as creating a worksheet, copy paste your pivot table, and then filtering it. It's just automating, the breakup of pivot tables. These are the same clones. Actually, they are clones of the original. All right, they're just broken up into different worksheets. All right. Okay, this is to facilitate and save time if we want to do lots of stuff relating to the pivot table. Okay, and I am on the, please go to the original. I am on the original pivot table, and I'm going to the slices here. I am expanding my screen a bit. I'm going to pick on a slicer. Just pick on something, right click, go to report connections. Now I got a bunch of stuff, right? Just now earlier there was only one, and now there is all these clones that I just created from that action just now, which I can give control to my slicer if I select these boxes. It makes sense for by default not to have this check, because these guys are sitting on different worksheets, and if I click on something which is here, if I go to that worksheet, I won't be able to see what's being clicked here, right? Correct, not? It makes sense. So if I want to render control, I can by just checking it. Usually you don't, unless you really need it. Okay, now what happens if I do this? Now I'm in under store now, right? I'm in under store. I want to control, I want to give control, say, to this pivot table, which is Glorieta Mall, and I'm going to click OK. So you see Glorieta Mall, nothing, right? It's not filtered, right? Now I'm going to filter something different, say Laoyat Plaza, right? Laoyat Plaza, and I'm going to go to Glorieta Mall. And the dangerous thing is, well, I'm expecting this, and I've just filtered this, so I have to be careful of things. Okay, and I can't see my filter, hey, because the filter is on the original worksheet, which is here. Okay, so one thing to do is like this. What we can do, right? I hope you got your slices in one location, bunch up like that. You know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the cells behind the slicer. See that? Behind, I'm not selecting the slices, but the cells behind. I'm not touching the slices, just the cells behind. Alright, so manage to do that. If you have Control C to copy, Control C, go to Glorieta Mall, anywhere here, randomly, right click, we are going to paste, but we're going to paste special. So look for link picture. See that? Live preview is giving me the sample. I haven't clicked on it yet. Link picture, and click on it. So this is a picture now, and it's link. So to test it, I'm going back to the original. This is my original. I'm freeing up my filter. I'm probably going to color this behind the scene thing. See, I'm simply randomly, I don't know, anything. So I'm going back here. You see, because this is a link picture, it's like a TV screen of what happened. Okay, it's really a picture, because when I click on it, I will see picture tools coming out. Click on picture tools, it's really a picture. Okay, except that it's live. All right, it's a picture. Okay, so use this if you want to have a reference on another worksheet, right? You will look at references, and you wouldn't want to copy paste so many slices everywhere. That's not a good thing. You want those things at a centralized location. But when you need referencing like this, you can just copy as a picture, a link picture. Okay. All right. Save it up. Does it work on your side? Anyone? Okay or not? Okay ka? Alright. Let's move. You can create charts of these pivot charts. So I'm going to click on the body of the pivot table. Going to pivot table analyze and look for this. Saw that? Right here. Pivot chart. We are not going to deep dive into this, okay? We are just doing it on the surface. Click on this please. And I come to here. This is my default chart. I'm okay with this clustered column. Actually, in fact, it's good. So click OK. And pivot chart comes. I'm very careful with things, so I'm gonna drag it down below just to rearrange stuff. And this is the pivot chart. Do you see these clickable items here? Okay, this bunch of things that I circled is actually these blue items here. See that? All this stuff here, right? Okay, it's the same. This pivot chart is actually the pivot table in a chart form. Actually, tell the truth, it's not separable. No, anything that I click on the pivot table will impact on the chart. Anything I select or change in the pivot chart will impact on the pivot table. Say example here, category. If I filter say CPU and click OK, CPU comes out, right? And look at what happens to the pivot table. Gets filtered. And let me move here. What happens to the slicer? See that? CPU. You see everything is connected. Okay. So if we right click on the chart, we get the usual chart functions. The icons may be slightly different from yours if you are using 2016 or other versions. Okay. And if I free it up by selecting all.
Do you mind if you can scroll up? Because as for mine, right, when I filter, for instance, I select CPU, the field, the data is all blank. There's no, the field is not there.
Which field is that here?
Yeah, all those is empty.
If you, this one?
Yeah. Is it supposed to be that way?
No. So if I check on this, if I go to here and nothing else, it is CPU, you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Is this blank out as well?
No, that is not blank, but only the field
here.
The table is blank.
Shouldn't be lah, actually. Can I have a look at your screen?
Sure.
Yep.
So this is the original, and then if I were to filter,
Yep.
select just CPU. Yeah, it's blank here.
Where's your pivot table?
Yeah, my pivot table is blank. There's nothing.
Let me see.
I think you need to scroll a little bit to left.
Yeah. Trying to say that.
Oh,
You know, you're
okay.
actually on your column.
Alright, silly me. Okay,
It's alright.
thank you.
It's actually on the, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. It's actually Neil, right? Who did that? Was it Neil? Okay, so let me get back. Right, we are done with pivot table for now, and I'm going to close this, save and close. I'm going to close up everything that is not relevant. Coming up next, we have 10 minutes before lunch and we're going to hit it anyway. It's about Power Query. Now Power Query is, now where on earth is my, I'm going to show you something different, but it's the same anyway. So we have, yeah, well, this is rather confusing, right? Let me stick to the original, which is this. All right, okay. Power Query is a tool sitting in Excel, which is capable of handling millions of rows of data, where Excel's maximum is 1048,576 rows. All right, this is not row attributed, but size attributed. So it goes up to 2 gig, not mistaken. Can handle size, databases, tables, 2 gig. Power Query sees data in a structured manner, which means it sees data in a table format, and it's no big deal because everything in our ERP systems, I'm talking about data, is in table format. All right, so everything is in the table format. It's a table world. All right, so when Power Query extracts data from systems, from websites, from databases and things like that, it doesn't care what systems. It's just looking for tables. That's all. Okay, so let's dive into it. We have this thing here. Let's go to 3.1. So it's like this. File number 3 has nothing inside except some nodes. Our data is in 3.1. So I'm clicking on 3.1. Very simple file actually. It has 2 worksheets, transform and add column. The data is the same, and the table has 3 columns: month, year and date. First exercise is to do this. We are going to extract, or rather use Power Query to extract this data, alright, and combine the 3 columns. Very simple exercise. Okay, so how many rows are we having? I'm just curious. I'm moving down. It's just 100 odd. Okay, so let's close the 3.1 because we have no need for it now. We are going to file number 3. File number 3 is where we will action our steps on. I'm numbering the workbooks with a title that's relevant, so that when you refer post training, you are going to get the structure of the training itself. Okay, so easier. So nothing here. Brief instructions, please ignore. So we are not delving into this. This is just a box with stuff which you for your own reference. So nothing here. Now we are going to add stuff. We are going to find Power Query. Now where is Power Query? Under data. This is where things get different. All right, you need to look for get and transform. See that? Remember the words. I'm very specific, guys, because if you're using Excel 2016, right, you might come across get external data or something like that. Please, that is not relevant. It's get and transform. Okay. Newer Excel versions, such as 2019 or 365, will state get and transform data. It's alright. What you're looking for is this. Can you guys find it under data? Under your ribbon. The borderline is like that, guys. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. How about rest? Okay, not?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, very important because you wouldn't want to click on different thing because different thing is totally different. It's not Power Query. Alright, you need to get that right. So very good. And under here, a big bunch of stuff here. You click on get data, and again, you might have differently worded item. It's alright. So I'm just hovering my mouse from file. This is where we retrieve, extract locally saved data. The only difference is here, this is not locally saved. You have to provide your URL for your SharePoint. You want to extract stuff from your SharePoint. Wait, hang on a second. Okay, back to here. Now database, from database are the various databases that we have. I'm too zoom in, I just want to zoom out. Okay. Now remember something, the name of your ERP system is different from the database that's running behind it now, except for Oracle and SAP. SAP database is SAP, system package also, application also SAP, and Oracle also. Alright, the rest are actually quite different. Brand names and technology is different story. Alright, if you are extracting stuff, you need to find out, hey, what is your ERP running on? Okay, what database? So these are a bunch of stuff. This from Azure. Azure is Microsoft's online services. It also houses databases. Power BI, you might or might not have it. Other online services from web and so on. Alright, this is email server, this is Windows server, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the part. And this bunch of things here are just repeated stuff that you get here lah. Okay, 2 minutes before lunch, let's do this. Let's click on get data from file. Certain guys you'll be seeing from Excel, but mine from workbook. Excel workbook is the same. Alright, click on this. Look for where you save up your 3.1. So your folder is different from mine, so I'm just looking for mine 3.1, and I will come to this. Okay so far? We have 2 items here. These are the worksheets in 3.1. Right, so it says two worksheets. Click on select multiple items first because we want add and transform, correct? Alright, so at this stage, right, Power Query looks into, now we don't have 1000 rows, we just have 100 rows. So if you have many rows of data which exceeds 1000, alright, the normal habit is like this. Power Query will look at the first 1000 rows, okay, and takes a sample for the first 1000 rows of data, assuming let's say we have million rows of data, and it will make a judgment on the first 1000 rows and conclusion. It's just taking a sample and making a conclusion on the shape of data, like what's the number format and stuff like that, and assumes the rest of the conditions are the same for the rest of the data. Okay, so first 1000 rows as sample. So I'm going to the bottom right hand corner here. All right, do you see 3 buttons over here? Now of course we don't cancel, right? That is out. Transform data is like this. Transform data will take you to Power Query, all right, directly. So I don't want to select this option because what we want to do is click on this small tiny arrow. I want us to look for load to. Don't click on load because it will load into Excel. Alright. Well, what's the point of, right? 3.1 is Excel file. We haven't done anything and it loads back into Excel. So click on load to, and it will come to, hang on, this part here. That you, this load to option, right? You give you a series of options that you can pick and choose. Okay, so far okay, no guys?
Vincent Haziq here.
Yeah.
My screen, right? I don't have that pivot table report on pivot chart. The only available for me is table and only create connections.
Oh, okay. What version of Excel are you using? 2016, I believe, right?
I think so.
So you have table. You
Table and only create connection.
okay, noted.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same for all the users of 2016?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, noted on that. So that's one of the differences. Okay, thanks for pointing out. Now you see this create any connection. Now that is the connection we are choosing. So luckily we are not choosing this. What we are doing is like this. These things here which I've circled here, if I click on these 3 options, it will load into Excel. So what we don't want is load into Excel, right? We want to create a new connection, which means now Power Query, we are creating a connection with the file 3.1 and not loading into Excel. Alright. And uncheck this box because this is Power Pivot. We are not using Power Pivot for now. So all you need to do is to ensure that this is checked. Okay. Let's continue to watch out for the differences inside here, because some of the differences may have major impact. Now this one don't have yet. All right, it's because of updates 2016, the thing that I was talking about. Okay, never mind, let's go. Only create connection and there's nothing else to do. Click OK once you're done. You get this window pane here on the right side is Power Query, and if you hover your mouse over any of the items, it will give you now mine is actually hung, hang on, it will give you a preview of things. So I'm under add column now, number of columns, last refresh, status not loaded into Excel, which is good, the source of the folder, okay, and other options such as don't delete, of course, don't delete, don't view in worksheet because it will load up into Excel. What we need to do now is to go into Power Query. Alright, we can either double click on either one of these or single click on this. So anyway, so I'm going to randomly double click on either one. Okay, and please expand this box here this arrow here, not box, we'll see that we have extracted these two tables in our worksheets earlier. This is the Power Query window. This entire thing. And you may notice something strange here. When it's open, you can't click on your Excel window anymore. If you try clicking on it, you can't. You gotta come out. Try clicking on this, please. Okay, so you exited. Do you get any prompt on your side to keep and discard or whatever? So it's actually inside Power Query. So what you need to do now is to Control S to save your work, because we are going off for lunch, right? So save up your work, Control S. And you want to go back to Power Query again, double click on anything here on the side, and we are back here. So once back from lunch, afternoon session, right, we are going to focus on Power Query, which means keystroke training. Keystroke means what? We are going to be doing steps and stuff on Power Query. Alright, so it's got to do with extract, transform, and load, and lots of transform actually. Okay. Alright, let's break for lunch. Let's come back at let's start at 1:40 on the dot. Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
See you guys.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
I ask. Yeah, it's only natural, right? So what happens in webinar, guys? The speaker speaks and the rest shut up. Correct or not? Because it's a webinar. So this is a workshop, so it's different. It's Excel, right? Correct? So how's the progress? Is it okay? Those who are downloading, is there anybody else who are still doing it?
Is it all the file I need to download to my desktop?
Yes, everything. How is the progress? Is it all right?
I think we are still downloading the file because it's quite big for us.
Okay. How many percent and so on? What's the progress?
From my end, I am done.
Okay, thanks. There's only one big file, yeah. So there's only one. The rest are really small. In fact, it's blank one, no? The rest. Some of it are just placeholders. So there's only one big file. So you're talking about slow, right? There's only one, and that's that. Okay.
I'm 70%.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll go ahead and share my screen first. And do you guys see my screen? Got a nothing.
No, nothing.
How about now?
Now, yes.
Thanks. I used to use WebEx in my company quite in fact every day. But after I left about I think 5 years back, so I wouldn't be using it, and the whole thing actually changed. So intros, guys. So this is me. I am MCT. I am whatever big bunch of office specialist kind of thing that you see here, right here. I'm a certified trainer by PSMB. I'm not sure why I put my FCCA down at the bottom list, but I am. I'm an accountant actually. I worked in PLCs as finance lead, department head. I work in shared services. I was the head of a shared service. I work in a global change team. So industries I work in, banks, financial institutions, pharmaceutical, and a few more others. So I'm a trainer now. So before I became trainer, I was like what 20 years, I think 20 years on in the industry. So things that I specialize in is Excel, Power BI, VBA, and Lean Six Sigma. So I do teach that. Okay. These are the stuff that I do. So the training that we have today is like this, guys. It is very serial fashion. All right. So in a way that, let's say if we have 5 steps to perform in Excel, we're going to do like step number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. It's like that. So Excel, you can't like be going like step number 1, then step number 5. So it's going to be like, so focus is actually needed, because the thing is, the way we're going to go is, we are not going to stop like chapter 1. Oh, that's it for chapter 1, and then let's go for chapter 2. And so it doesn't work that way, you know. It is correlated, not all the items inside, one way or another. Okay. So okay, I did my intros, so I'd like to hear from you. Name, department, what do you do, you know, that kind of, and most importantly, right, name, what you do, and your expectations for these 2 days. Can all right. So starting with now, Ka Fong Kong.
Hi, my name is Kafum. I'm from IA team. Usually, daily activities that I do in my team is
Baru. Thank you so much.
Yeah, who is speaking?
Yeah, I can hear.
Are you Ni? On
Yes.
mute, please. We are doing intros. Sorry.
yeah. I usually I will handle employee tax, and then if I do the tax task, and usually I use quite a lot of Excel, but those is also just a normal basic Excel. Download the report, do in period. That's all. So maybe I would like to learn more from this training, so that I can be more expert and more, how to say, when I run report, that time will be more smooth and all that.
Okay, Ka Fong, I got you. Today's training will be actually business intelligence tools in Excel, right? So welcome to the class. Polling, your turn.
Hi,
Morning, morning,
everyone. Morning, Wilson.
morning, morning.
Yeah, so okay, can you hear me right?
Yes, can. Go ahead.
I'm from specialist support team. So our team is mainly managing the change requests in like in all the HR systems, like, and managing the testing and deployment. So yeah, in my previous job, I did have some basic kind of exposure to the Power BI, Power Pivot, but I couldn't really recall much. So just wanted to know more on the BI, and if there's any like what is the latest updates on this one in the training.
Okay, cool. Cool, Buling. Welcome to the class. Morning, Sharifa. Your turn.
Good morning. I hope my background is not that noisy because I do have a lawnmower
Is it?
by the side of me.
Oh, can't hear actually.
You could hear?
Cannot hear.
Oh, okay, that's good. All right. I'm actually from specialist planning team. So what I do in my team is to plan for workforce planning within HR. So my expectation for this training is where I work a lot with a lot of raw data. So with those raw data that I have, I would like to at least come up with graphical information. I can transform it into graphical information that can bring value to the stakeholders. Usually will be the decision maker in our organization in identifying for any resource constraint within the team.
Cool. That is interesting. I think what you said actually refers to this, like,
That's good. Right.
Oh, later I talk about it.
Okay.
Yep. Welcome to the class, Sharifa. Alisa, are you there?
Hello, yeah, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, I'm Alyssa and I'm part of the onboarding team. So we mainly recruit, we are the first touch points of recruitment. So my expectation in this class is that hopefully I can learn more about Excel so that I can incorporate it to my day-to-day task. Yep.
Okay, cool. Hey, by the way, guys, welcome to class, Alisa. By the way, guys, we are not doing the Excel, yeah. Yeah, we are doing the BI part of Excel, yeah. Just to take note.
Okay.
Alright. I'm checking today's class
Alright.
punya title. Yes, is indeed. What is today's class? Big data analytics and visualization in Excel, right? Correct. Now this title, right? It's kind of long and all. So are the titles for all my training. So it's like this. We are talking about the 4 tools in Excel. Okay. So which is Power BI, Power Pivot, and have you guys seen the outline? Power View, 3D Map, and a little bit of pivot table and all. Yeah, and table. Okay, next person, Hazik. Have I pronounced correct?
Hi, yeah. Hi, Vincent. Hi.
Hello.
Morning. My name is Muhammad Haziq. You can call me Haziq. I'm part of transactional team, which I handle copper chile process. We mainly handle payroll data that required us using Excel. So basically, we dealing more on calculations and calculation of payroll bonuses. Yep.
Wow, there's a lot of data to handle, man.
Yep.
In Excel.
Yep. We do have our template to calculate all those bonuses. Yep.
Cool. Thanks, Hazik.
You're welcome.
Welcome to the class.
Thank you.
Next person, Ayuni. Joking, sorry. Jiaying, please. Morning.
Morning, everyone. So I'm Jiaying. I'm from the transactional team too. Same with Haziq, the job scope, but then I'm still new here. So my expectation for the class is actually to get more understanding on the Power Query so that it's have a better understanding for all these tools so that it's good for my future use.
Good words there, Jiaying. Transactional team as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the class, Jiaying. Yep. Before I forget something, guys, if you have 2 monitors, please use them for the training. Yeah. All right. So Reason is like this. When we open up stuff, right? It's not about age and all. It's just very small, to tell the truth. Certain things. It's the way the windows are open up. So, and if you open up the Excel window itself, right, you may notice that the icons in the ribbon, when you make your Excel screen smaller, the icons become smaller. So that's the whole problem. And when it becomes smaller, right, they also go into sub menus. So it actually slows you down. Alright, so you have it. Please do. Please open up one for my screen and one for your Excel. Yeah. Okay. Next person, Crystal. Morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Crystal. I'm part of the HR planning team. So I've been doing a lot of HR data analytics for like 10 years already, and this will be my first time. I've also been doing some BIs, but not with Excel. So I'm looking forward
Cool.
to learn more about this, especially the data modeling and some data visualization to enhance further my analytical skills and how I present the data through this
Cool.
Excel modeling. More advanced.
Mm.
That's all.
Welcome to class, Crystal.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, are you guys using any existing BI tools and right now? Anything like that? Anyone? Or no? Okay. Monisha, over to you.
Hi Vincent. Hi everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
So so I'm from organizational management team, and my expectation towards today's session would be like because in organizational management we handle large amount of data, especially in uploading the information in Excel file and then extracting the outcome on the employee details and to upload them in the system. So I feel that attending today's session, I would understand how the information and also how the formula works in the Excel file, basically on the Power Query and also the on the coding system. So I look forward to this session. Yeah, and also it will be very helpful for my future in my upcoming career developments. Thank you, Vincent.
Thanks, Manisha. Welcome to the class. The only thing I like to comment is like this. We'll be using, in fact, we'll be like using looking at zero formulas in Excel. Yes, we'll be looking at a few formulas, but that is concerning power pivot. Yeah, guys. So later on you will notice, right, there'll be a lot of clicking only. So anyway, we'll get to that. Thanks. Neil, over to you. Hello, morning.
Hi, good morning, Vincent, and good morning, everyone. I'm from movements team. Basically, I'm handling employee movements from one position to another. And as part of the role, I also do bulk uploads, which is the part wherein I handle large amount of data. So I joined this training to upskill myself relative to the advanced function of Power Query, Power Pivot, Power BI, and hopefully help me on my career development.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks. Welcome to the class. So I was in a bank, but once I was at the back end actually, shared service center. So I did a lot of process re-engineering and process improvement, so projects and stuff like that. So work very closely with migrations. The thing is like this. So over my core scope of things, there's everything is actually being jumbled up in today's world. So one of them is actually big data stuff concerning this. So these tools actually make my life easier. So what I'm trying to say is like this. Movement, right? Movement of roles was actually pretty crazy, to tell the truth. Very project based, very process based, enhanced processes, but it has direct impact on roles. So that part there. Yeah? Okay. Polling is done, and Praveen, hello Praveen, morning. How are you?
Hello, morning Vincent, morning Hall.
Morning.
Hi, I'm Praveen from Organizational Management Team 2. Our job scope, we are using Excel files to input the information for our employees.
Okay.
But I would like to learn more for my career development for this Excel Power Query.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be doing Power Pivot and the rest of the
Yes.
tools as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Praveen. Welcome to the class.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pritana. Hello. Morning. Are you there? Okay. Let's go to Puichi. Are you there? Morning, Puichi.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is hello. So my name is Puichi, but you can also call me as Claire.
Okay.
So I'm in the same team with Praveen and Monisha. So basically, I'm from OM team. So what my expectation is that because I think my knowledge in Excel is quite basic, so I would like to acquire some new knowledge from this class. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Welcome to the class. Clara, is it?
Claire.
Claire. Oh, okay. But the thing is like this, Claire.
Yes.
The Excel level today, we are starting at advanced. So
Yeah, I have intermediate level, but
okay.
not in terms of BI and also like pivot query and pivot access, like everything. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, everyone is starting a new one, I think, on this thing that you mentioned. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sen Yong, next to you. Morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Yeah. My name is Sen Yong. You can call me Peter. Yeah, I'm
Hello, Peter.
from transactional team as well for handling corporate Chile payroll data. So mainly I was for today I want to learn about how the Power Queries works and and then the Power BI. And I think previously I do keep in touch with the Power BI the BI report before. I'm not sure whether this related to that. And previously I was in a basic level for that because everything is follow documentation. And today I would like to learn deeply about this process. So hopefully this lesson will help me. Yeah. So
Was it in the same company they're using Power BI, is it?
No, the one is BI report something.
Same company.
No, it's yep, same company.
Okay. Welcome to the class.
So, yeah, thank you.
Anything else to say, to add on?
No, because previously I just want to say that those are like a basic level. So today I just want to get this chance to learn deeply about how this works.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I'm also using this intro to actually introduce terms which are related to the training. Yeah, guys. Yeah, I know it's kind of lengthy and all, but it's really needed, this intro, to be able to speak to you guys. This term BI. BI stands for business intelligence, and if you Google it, right, you may come across like 10, 20 definitions sometimes. But you see, in the core of things, right, the scope of BI, you might see stuff like data warehousing, blah blah blah, right? And what's intelligence? You might also see like big data. You might also see things like reporting, guys. Which is like, hey, BI is a sophisticated word, right? And when it comes to how come reporting is there? You see, under the scope of reporting, you actually have stuff, reports, which is general, right? Includes everything: financial reports, budgets, whatever that is under the roof. So, and in there, there's also something called slicing and dicing data and things like that. So it's a very wide, very superly wide area. All right. So in this context, right, today what we're going to do is actually something to do with structured data, which I will let you know later. All right. Shamila, over to you. Morning, Shamila.
Hi, good morning, Vincent and everyone.
Hello.
I'm Sharmila here, transactional team. Actually, why I joined here and my expectation is to learn more about the pivot table, the power query and everything for my future and to gain extra knowledge. So,
Thanks, Shamila, and welcome to the class. Transactional team. What's the maximum number of rows of data that you guys handle? Maximum or average?
For Chile employee, we dealing around 1,000 to 2,000 employees at that time. It depends on what company code that we're handling during that time.
Okay, cool. Haziq. How about anyone else? Anybody who exceeds that number of rows? Anyone when you're doing reporting? Okay. Alright, going on to Sonitra. Hello, Sonitra. Morning.
Hello, hi, good morning all. Yeah, I'm from org management team as well. I'm same as Praveen, Monisha and Claire. Yeah, I'm here today to learn more about the Excel because I have basic knowledge as well. And yeah, in also for my career development in future.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's all.
Welcome to the class, Sonitra.
Thank you.
I think I have covered everybody, right? Did I miss out anyone at all?
I mean, sorry.
Who?
Winter here.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Vincent.
Hi, Winter.
And happy Monday, everyone. I am
Yes.
currently part of the HR planning, and one of the tasks I do is the monthly reports for the teams assigned to me, like that of the team and individual productivity. My expectation is to improve in reporting analytics by learning about the Power BI, as I have never used it before. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Welcome to the class. So, without further ado, I will flip on to the next slide. Right, this slide is from Intel. Now, what's happening is like this, guys. By the way, talking about slides, you will find a manual in the pack that you were given. Now, this manual, right, it consists of lots of screenshots, big fonts and stuff like that. So it's not textbook. It's to jive our memory of what happened in class. Okay. Now during training, if you think that a point is important and you need to remember it, please do take it down, either manually in a notepad or in your Excel worksheets or even screenshots. Yeah. Now, the blue boxes here. Now there are just three components. Right? Time to data actually refers to extracting data, putting it in proper columns and rows. Probably you may need to combine data from different sources and all the data works that is inside here. And time to information, time to process reports, come up with a final report, and decision making time. So the whole cycle is called time to decision. Okay, now we see a smaller component of things here at the bottom, same stuff, but it's just shortened. And you may notice that what's shortened is actually this box here. The rest kind of almost remains the same. So what it's trying to say is like this, right? This part here, we are going to do the 4 tools, all right, in Excel, the BI tools. They are self-service tools that allows us to go into systems, tables, download stuff, and do whatever is necessary. All right. Now, what's the big deal about self-service tools. Now, back in the old days when I worked in a bank, I was in the IT department. Yeah, I was actually in the IT department. I was a group IT manager, so dealing with infrastructure. Right? So one of my scope, one of the things that I do is to analyze credit card subscriber data. Yes, so a big bunch of stuff going on before, besides IT works. Yeah. So I require information from the core banking system, and I don't have the information, even though I'm the IT guy, right? I'm sitting in the data center, right? All the servers are there, and I need help from my colleague. So he's the SQL guy, SQL. So he's the guy to go to when we need data from ERP systems. So I go and meet him, we sit down, all right? So I tell him my data requirements, what period reports that I need, things like that. So what I need. So after half an hour of meeting, say okay, fine, give me 5 days. I will come back to you. So I wait for 5 days, and he does his scripts to download stuff, to put data together. Right? So data is not small. It's about 3 million plus rows of data. It can't even fit in an Excel spreadsheet. So today's Excel spreadsheet fits up to over 1 million rows, 1048576 rows. So in today's world, so you can't fit in. Okay. So it gives me a big bunch of worksheets, and so I check it. I say thank you, and I look at it. Oh, then I see it. Hey, this something not there yet. So I need this, but it's not in the report. So hey, can you go and get it for me? They say, oh yeah, okay, fine. So give me 2 more working days. I get back to you. So okay, so after 2 more working days, he sends me the amended bunch of stuff that I need, and I look at it. Okay, good, very good, good job. So all in all, the cycle is like, if you actually notice, right, it's more than 7 working days, probably hitting 10 sometimes when things don't go right. So now in today's world, right, there's probably no such thing going on. Yeah, there is, but with self-service tools and with the correct log on permissions, you still need to have correct credentials to log into systems. Right? You can connect yourself to the tables in the database and grab them yourself. All right. Okay, so that time there is shortened. Okay. All right. So minimum IT help for our so-called cause or purpose, but going in deeper, right? SQL knowledge is still required. It's very much required. It's just on the user level, people like us, right? When we require things, we can do a lot of drag and drop work that required coded work previously. Okay, so that is actually simplified. Okay, platforms I'm going to use, guys, is like this. All right, I'm going to keep on referring to this particular diagram most of the time. Okay, and most of the time we'll be doing Excel things. We'll be looking at this Excel, Power Pivot, Power Query, and how Power Pivot relates to these 2 tools here, Power View and 3D Map. Power View is a tool in Excel that does dashboards, graphs and charts and things like that. Now the new word there is visualization, right? So what's the big deal of visualization? It's all graphs and charts, right? So we shall see later the graphs and charts produced over here is different from the existing graphs and charts in Excel. Okay, so this is all actually powered by the data model that's inside here, and it's pushed through across to Power View. Power Query is the main works of things. All right, Power Query is known for extracting, transforming, and loading. Yes, we'll be doing a lot of extracting, transforming, and loading. ETL. This one, our scope. This is the cousin of the photos. All right. Okay. And okay, that's it. Now flip over to your Excel worksheets. So guys, see on my screen here. Some of the stuff are actually mine, so don't bother about it. It's personal stuff. All right, it's what I use for the teaching for these 2 days. Just look at the pre-numbered items, which is on your list as well. If you downloaded it, the files are pre-numbered, so and it's titled as close as possible to the subject matter. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing for the rest of the 2 days, the coming 2 days. Okay. Firstly, open up file number 1, please. Does my Excel screen appear?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, very good. So okay, before we start off, just test your Excel knowledge a little bit. So this thing here that you see on the screen here, what do you call this? Anyone?
Ribbon.
That's right. That's ribbon. And here are the menu tabs. So ribbon. The ribbon has a collection of functions grouped in a similar grouping, right? Like fonts, you see all this stuff being grouped as font right in the same area here. All right. Okay. Another thing. Wait, before I go into this, right? Where was my Excel worksheet? Okay, this one is blank. So these ABCs, what do you call these ABCs?
Columns.
That's right, columns. And what do you call these 1, 2, 3s?
Row.
Okay, very good. And a rectangle item?
Cell.
Yep. This one?
Sheet tab.
Yes, worksheets, sheets, or tab, they are the same. So I'm going to use them interchangeably. And this entire thing that you see,
Excel sheet.
sheets already covered. Sheets, yes, but there's one word that takes care of this whole window that I'm speaking about. So it's called this whole thing is called
workbook.
Yes, correct. That's how Zig, isn't it? It's workbook actually, guys. So we have workbook, hierarchically speaking, workbook, worksheets, columns, rows, and cells. All right. It's just like this. We'll be doing a lot of looking at a lot of columns and a lot of rows, and they're not called columns and rows at all. All right. So there are base terminology, right, guys? Okay. Columns are known as fields. You come across this a lot of times. Okay, rows are known as records. Okay, just take note of that. You see, they mean the same thing in Power Pivot, Power Query. Okay. All right. So I'm flipping over to here, guys. So it's like this. Let me bring up my file again. We are actually here, as you know, and we are here looking at basics. Okay. Let me cut it up for you guys. What we are talking about. So this bunch of stuff is just FYI stuff, but it's just good to know so that you can actually visualize how the topics fall in, the topics that we are doing today fall in. All right. Big data, big data talks about these 5 things. All right, volume is definitely very big. Okay, it translates into terabytes, petabytes, or even more. Okay, in fact, what we are doing today, right? What we are doing today, not today's training, but work. We don't really need our data to be so huge before we use these tools. Okay, these tools are big boys in handling data, but we don't have to be super huge data before we start using. All right. Velocity, all right, talks about streaming data in a very fast fashion. Twitter, social media stuff, right? Postings, you got a lot of postings and all, so it goes in milliseconds. So that's part of the component of big data. Variety, okay, variety is touching on something they want to do right now. It's touching on structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. The most simplest thing that we can imagine. So what is structured data? Structured data is a bunch of things consisting of rows and headers. That's structured. We all work in tables before, right? Excel table, correct? All right. So that is structured data with a proper tajuk, header, and rows of data. All right. Unstructured is like a good example would be Facebook comments, probably. Is consisting of emoticons, the like thing, and it's not structured, free form comment. So that's very unstructured. All right. So semi-structured is a combination of both. Veracity talks about noise, errors, things that are supposed to be structured but not so structured. It's something that we spend time on. People say correct the data, massage the data into the correct form. So those kind of things. All right. So we are going to do structured stuff. Have you got it open, everyone? Everyone? File number 1.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now this part here, this is on the only thing in focus. The rest of the things, no need to see first because they are just notes. All right, so they are probably everywhere. So title and so on. So just look at this worksheet. All right. Now cancel this. On my screen, I have an Excel. What? What do you call this? Anyone? Wait, hang on. Not anyone. Let me start with winter. So test your knowledge. On Excel, I have this. What is all this? What do you call this?
It's a table.
Very good. Any other name for it?
I don't know.
Sorry. Again. Who?
It's an Excel data.
It is very close. So it's table actually. Table or a range. Correct.
And right.
Yes,
Range.
it's a range because Excel they go in cells, right? So this is starting with A1, correct? Right? And it
Yeah.
goes. I'm pressing my control arrow button down. So I'm going to the last row. Not too bad. It's just like 5999 6,000 rows. So it's up to G something G599. So that is the range. Okay, and it's a table, kind of like table. Why? Because we have a title here, right? The headers and big load of data, right? Correct. Okay. So and the thing about this is like this. So we shall see later, right? We are actually going to turn this into a table, with a capital T. So this table, this capital T table thing is an Excel terminology. Capital T. Alright, it's a technical word actually. I know it's like, hey, table, but it's so common word, right? Yes, it is. Okay. If you're maintaining list, working list in Excel, all right, ranges in Excel, there are a few golden rules to remember. Okay, few golden rules. Your list must have a header. I know it's kind of like, hey, what's the big deal? Yes, it's a big deal if you don't have it right on top there, the title. It is a big deal. All right, and you shouldn't have. Now, don't do this, right? You shouldn't have empty columns. Don't do this, I'm just showing you. I'm going to undo this. Or empty rows in your listing. Now, some people actually break this up. Sometimes they need to, I don't know, maybe print stuff, something like that. But don't do it. If you have a range or a working list, all right, make sure that it's not separated by columns and blank columns and rows, because if I have that piece of data, and if I do this, I'll be separating it into hang on, 4 different pieces of table. So it becomes in 4 pieces. Why? Because they're separated by the empty space. Okay, so if you are working in Excel, right, don't do it like this. Keep everything housed in one compacted area range. Okay, I'm gonna have to undo this. All right. Okay, anyway, when we hit Power Query, right, and Power Pivot, you notice in the database world that is not allowed. No, empty rows and empty columns is not allowed. It's only allowed in Excel. It's more free form, but you'll be doing a lot of database work. So when you convert your Excel range, right, into tables for databases, you get into trouble if you have empty rows or empty columns, or if your table it doesn't have headers. So be very careful of that. Okay, the next thing is, don't merge your data, your working list. You can actually merge things, merging cells, right? Everybody is familiar merging cells. You can merge if you are using it for non-working data, maybe data that you use for presentation example. That is all right, no problem. But data that you use for analysis, right? So you guys are familiar with merging, right? Actually, it is like right clicking and going here and clicking on this thing here, right? Correct. Now, if you merge a bunch like 3-4 cells into one, okay. If now on the side here, if you're working with Excel formulas, right? Your formulas, we only pick up the first cell, no, that you merge on. So it's a no-no. Then the rest of the cells, what happened? You will lose the data in the rest of the cells. So don't merge your cells unless you are doing presentation. All right. Now it's even worse if you merge 2 cells or a bunch of cells like that. Don't ever do that in your working list. If you do that, right, the first cell, let's say you merge this, right, we only have a proper value. The rest of the cells, no value, no, it's gone, totally hilang. It's totally lost. All right, don't do that. It is not allowed in ERP systems. So it's allowed in Excel, yes, because Excel is more free form. Yeah. All right. Okay. So those are the rules of things. Now we see now what's the data about? Transaction date, store, product category, subcategory, price, and unit sold. Okay, this part here. First of all, transaction date is not really a date, right? Consists of numbers. Let's turn this into date format. Now we got this shortcut key. Let's apply this shortcut key. I just point out shortcut keys that we come across which are important. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press this. It's something like right clicking and going to format cells and doing the job. Alright, okay, it's done. Now what we want to do now is to convert the data into a table. Alright, we are going to do a shortcut key called Control T. T stands for table. Easy, right? So click in the body of the data. Don't click outside, inside, okay, anywhere randomly. Don't choose a range of stuff, don't. Single cell only, and press Control T. You got this? Can your range must be correct. Just make note it should be this range, and your box should be ticked because you are talking about your headers here. Alright, your table has headers, okay, and click OK, and you get this. Everyone okay with this?
Yeah, amazing.
Yep.
Okay, alright. So it's Control T. Control T, alright. The longer way is it's actually up here, up here in insert here, right here. So this is grayed out now because it's already a table. Now you look at it, right? You see that if you hover your mouse over, it says Control T. So that's the area to click on. Okay. I'm clicking on the body of the table, and do you notice something here? Right here. Notice that? Now try clicking anywhere outside the table. It's gone. See that? It's gone. And I click on it again. It's back here. You see, this is something which is quite common in Excel. Even your graphs or whatever objects that you have, right? Boxes, things like that. If you click on the relevant item, that menu and the ribbon will appear. If you don't click on it, it doesn't appear. This is to prevent clutter. Okay? So don't be searching for things when you don't click on the item. Okay? Now, we have a table, and you might notice something. If I scroll down, you might see that, hey, what's happening to the ABCs here? The header just took over the ABCs, right? And the drop down is there as well. So if I scroll it up here, the drop down is here. Now every column has a drop down. If I happen to click on here, the first drop down here, you might notice two things here. Ability to filter, so ability to sort, and this area here is to filter. And here you are sorting oldest to newest and vice versa. That's because Excel recognizes this as a date column. Okay, and if I happen to go on this column, it's all text, right? Stores. So our stores is actually in shopping malls. So when I click on it, A to Z, Z to A, that kind of thing. Why? Because it recognizes text. Okay. And I'm going to this area, price, your numbers. I'm able to sort smallest to largest, largest to smallest. Okay. And this is the filtering area. Alright. So what we have on this area depends on the data format that is in the column. Now I'm going back here, up here. Do you see something here called sort by color? Okay, you notice there's no color here. Well, what's the light blue then? inside we have light blue, right? Banded rows, right? So what's happening? Where's the light blue? So if I randomly color one of the cells, you don't have to do this, just look at it, right? And if I have this cell being colored, and if I drop down this box, and now there's a color there. Now what happened to the light blue? The light blue colors are actually not the colors of the cell, but it's the colors of the color of the table. So this is the color of the table, yeah? Alright. Okay, so I'm able to sort by color in Excel, filter by color in Excel too. Okay, I am going to undo this, get back to normal. Right, so under table design, over on the menu, please click on it, guys. Click on this table design. So if we don't like the color, we can actually change. There's just overkill of colors. Normally in practice I don't really change it unless I have too many things on the worksheet. Okay, now you may notice that I haven't clicked on anything. I'm just hovering my mouse over.
Vincent, your voice is lagging actually.
My voice is lagging. You mean not clear?
Yeah, we are missing you out. It's
Okay.
lagging.
Is it the same case for everybody, or just one or two? That was it Sonitra? I didn't see who was speaking just now.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Okay.
From my end.
Sorry again, Haziq.
It's good from I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm trying to just test whether it's a common thing or it's just individual internet connection. I think it could be attributed to individuals.
No problem at my end.
Okay, can. But I think Sonitra, you're doing all you can because you did on your cam already, so it's fine. Okay, I know that most of you are not running any big programs right now, right? At this moment, right? Correct. So trying to read mails and things like that. I'm not saying Sonitra is doing it, but if not read mails, but sorry, open up your email to correct what I'm trying to say. Don't open up any other programs just to save up that bandwidth thing. Okay, can do. All right, let's do our best today. Now, you see, this is called Excel Live Preview. Now, what was that? This is like this. When you click over and hover over something, right, it gives you a preview, and that is Excel Live Preview. It helps us to determine what we want before we click. Okay, and this part here is like this. You see this filter button, right? It's referring to this, this thing here. If you click, I think it's self-explanatory. Unclick. Normally I don't unclick it because I want to remind myself that this is a table, not a normal range. So I just leave it here. And sometimes I use it also anyway to filter stuff. Okay. And what's this header row? Well, this is something that I don't do. Of course, I need the headers there. I just leave it there. You know, that kind of stuff. So banded rows, I go to total row later. It's what? It's like that you see. Okay. First column, it gets bold up. Last column, well, you get the idea. Banded columns is, well, this thing. Now what of total row? Guys, click on total row base. You guys are doing it together, right? Everyone required to do so, no? Okay. Yeah, up to this stage, you must have this thing right on my screen here, up to this stage. Alright. If you see my camera frozen, it is on my side. I notice that it's not a bandwidth thing on my side here, because there's a problem with my camera. So ignore that. Ignore that. Alright. Equipment failure, I think overuse. So here, this part here, this last row here, if you click on it, right? Yeah, I know it's unit sold, but doesn't make sense to total everything. It's sum here. You can actually change, if you want to, the arithmetic function of things. We are not going to use it. I'm just going to show you. Alright, so this kind of stuff. And you can actually copy it across now, guys. Now, of course, we can't sum tags, so there's 0 there. But you can count them if you want to. Okay, the number of rows here, excluding the header, you see it? Alright, excluding the area. So we are at here, -1, which is this. Okay, if you click on it, right, you see something not like a sum formula, but a subtotal formula. And subtotal formula works like this. You key in a value here, 103 stands for count, that's why it's counting. If you click on this cell here, you see a 109. That's a listing of stuff, don't worry about that. So 109 actually stands for sum. Okay, because we are going to undo this anyway, I'm going to make it disappear. So let's make it disappear. And over here, do you guys see a notch here? You see that notch? What I can see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of the that's actually the end of the the table actually encapsulates our data in a parameter boundary. So that's the end of the thing. Try not to drag this, like a kind of thing. Don't do it, okay. You see, the thing is, don't do it. Just look at it. I don't want your data to be showing zeros and corrupted and all. So you see, if I click tab, right, I'm clicking tab now. You see, this thing actually expands, assuming that I have some data. I don't have anything so don't do it. Don't do it. Sometimes your data you may actually see being corrupted. You have null values or so. You see, I can actually expand and for no reason at all. I can if I want to. Alright, so with this notch, I'm going to put it back. Okay, back to normal. Okay, so I'm going up, control up, arrow button. So guys, we got price, we got unit sold. Hey, where's our total sales, man? We don't have it. Let's plug in the formula. Go to any random cell anywhere in column H, because this is our revenue. Okay, anywhere. I'm simply going to be here, and I'm going to plug in like, hey, price times unit sold. So equal sign. It's just like this. Alright, asterisk this. Okay, so far. You see these funny formulas here? It's not the usual formula, right? It's not about cell address, right? Now, before I press enter, but you can press enter anyway. These formulas, this kind of thing that you see right over here is called, it's just FYI, it's called structured formula reference. Oops. Okay, versus your, do you guys lock yourselves now? Yeah, do you guys use cell locking when it come to using Excel? The dollar sign? Got anyone?
Yes.
Okay, good. Important that one. When you do cell locking with the dollar sign, that term is called absolute formula reference. So when you see a table, right, this bunch of formulas concerning table is called structured. That's all. Absolute is when you lock yourself. If you don't lock yourself, that is called relative formula reference. Okay, FYI. Okay, I'm going back to here and pressing enter now. So table rules, it doesn't allow formulas to be populated in one cell. So it's all or nothing. Everybody has the same formula in the column. I'm going ahead to change column 1. Please do it to revenue. Enter please. Okay, and save of course. Now this is very important, guys. What is important? Right? So I use this like super often. Any questions so far? Anything? Any questions so far? All okay?
Sorry, Vincent. I missed out that part where you move the formulas.
Which one?
Okay, now that they have to click on any column to put the hash equals, right?
Okay, give me a second, huh?
Yeah, because of the connection issue, I missed out.
Wait up. Just anywhere, equal sign, and go to here, put an asterisk, and go to here and enter. Alright, so you populate your whole column. Okay, can do normal formula plugging. Does it work? Does it work?
Go to the H column, right click anywhere from the H column, right?
No, not right click. Double click. The same way that you plug in formulas. Double click into the cell or formula bar over here. Double click on it.
Okay.
Can?
Okay, got it.
Alright, good. Now next thing here, guys, click on anywhere in the body of the table. Again, don't click outside, click on anywhere in the body of the table. Now go to table design. Look for this. And I am going to go here, right at this corner here, right? The name of the table we have created is table 1. And if I drop this down, it is table 1. And if I click on it, everything will be arranged under the table, except the headers, of course. Alright. So let's change the name to something else. Alright. So let's go into it. Now the reason is like this. We change table names is because in work we might be doing many tables. So it's a bit difficult, no, to remember what our tables consist of. So change the name to something that is meaningful. So I'm just simply going to change like maybe, I don't know, yearly sales perhaps. Yearly underscore sales. You need to have an underscore because it doesn't accept space. So enter. And you actually see the name being changed under here. This is called your name box. This is formula bar. Okay, name box. In your name box, you have this. And if you hit a typo, you can correct it by going to formulas, going to name manager. So formulas, name manager here, right here. So you see this. So this is Excel stuff. We won't be covering a lot of Excel stuff now, guys. This table, pivot table, right? It's like the most of what we are doing because our objective is to go into BI tools. Okay, I'm doing this for one purpose. Is because this is necessary knowledge connecting to our Power BI, our BI tools. Okay. So I use a lot of words there. Sometimes I use it wrongly. Power BI is what I teach a lot, and it looks like Excel. Yeah. Okay. Here is where we edit if we want to. You click on edit. Well, you get the idea. Basically, if you hit a typo, you want to amend things, you can. So after doing that, click OK. Alright, we are not going to do any amendment. We come back to here. You might also want to create a new range if you want to. So yeah, okay. So nothing much. You've done it already. So everyone have your table correct, up and running? Can okay. Do you guys use table in your work at all? Anyone? Got you use it?
Yes, Vincent.
That's good. That's Neil, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry, Vincent, just now I actually lost you. I was at the changing the name of the table to the yearly sales.
Oh, here. Yep. So you want to change the name of the thing? I guess that's what I said. I think. Right. I think I was doing this right. Was I doing? Was I doing formulas and name manager? I think I was.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, correct.
So you want to change the name of your yearly sales or correct typo, you can actually edit and go ahead and change it, but it doesn't allow you to change your range because your table is your table, right? So it's kind of fixed already. Okay, just the name. Okay. It is the same area that you go to when you have name ranges in normal Excel ranges. When you give a name to your ranges, you can change it this way. All right.
Vincent,
Yeah.
I'm Monisha here.
Hello.
So just a quick question. Why is the range option is grey out? Why we can't change for this file?
You mean here?
Yeah, I mean, yes, in name manager.
Oh, that's because this one follows the range of your table. So you want to change the range, right? You actually change the range of your table, which is, this. But I don't encourage you doing that. All right. So, but please don't do it. All right. You corrupt your data. What you need, right, is everything encapsulate according to it. That follows this follows your name of your table, the range of your table rather. That's why you can't change it.
Yep. Okay.
So when you change the range of your table, this will change. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Vincent.
All right. So I'm going to touch a bit on, if you notice that I'm in a bit of hurry, actually not really. So if you have questions, just ask. Okay. All right. So this part here, transaction date, right? If you notice something here, initially, right, when you first open the file, you notice it's all in numbers before you actually hit this Control Shift hash, right? Correct, guys? Okay. Those numbers are actually like that. If you are working with dates now, I'm just going to open up a new worksheet. I'm just touching a little bit side knowledge. This is side knowledge. All right. That's why I'm doing it quickly. Today's date is 17th of May, right? 2021. Okay. You notice this format here and this format here, which is different. So, which is the correct format? Is it this or is it this? What do you think? So which one is correct?
I think the above one, the 17 slash.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. Looks like so actually. Hazik, because this is the formula bar and this one we can change the format anytime, right? We can right click and you get the idea. You go to here, you change your whatever format changes, and this changes and this doesn't change, correct? So bunch of big bunch of formats here. But you see, there's one thing though. If I change this guy here to commerce style, I get this 44,000 something day. These are number of days actually. So, and this gets changed as well. So what is this number? These are the number of days from 1st of January 1900. You see that? If I change this item here into a number of days, this is day 1. So you can actually perform arithmetic functions on dates because the true value behind dates are number of days from 1st of January 1900. Alright, but what's the big deal about this? So I'm going to change it back by Control Shift Enter. Alright, now the things that you have to watch out about dates is like this. I can create a cell. Let me create a cell that is a tax value but not a date. So say I'm putting an apostrophe there and keying in now 17th of May. Where's May? 2021. Oops. Right. Now this looks like a date cell, right? But it's actually not, because there's a notch there. So if I have I don't know, say 10 April maybe, apostrophe again, 10 April 2021. I'm going to have the same one here. I'm just going to key in 10 April. This is a true date function. Alright, I can minus off the two values because these are the number of days. So these are 37 days apart. And how about this? Can I do the same? I can. But what if I select this and I press Control Shift Enter, Control Shift hash? I can't change this to number of days. This one I can. Wait, I change it one by one. Hang on. What's happening? Oh, sorry, it's already Control Shift Enter. So I'm going to change it comma style. What am I doing, right? So this part here, I'm going to change into comma style. You see, I can't. Alright. These are actually tax values that look like dates. You have to be very careful, and you can do mathematical function. This is a departure, this is an exception. So normally when you deal with tax, you can plus or minus tax values, okay? But it looks like it's not tax, but it's deceiving, you see. Okay, you notice it if you put it very closely, like here. And I will change this back to Control Shift Enter. Slight bit of difference there. You see, it's slightly different. It's indented towards the left side, kind of. Alright, so you have to be very careful with your ranges if you have say a mix of dates and tax value that look like dates, because you want to change everything to the actual format, right? But you have to identify which are which, because it doesn't get changed easily. Okay, alright, so I'm gonna move on. Yeah, sorry, one more point is like this. It's important because when you have laptop settings which are UK and US based, so preferably if you're servicing the same region, teams of the same regions, just set it to the time zone that you're servicing. Alright, because it impacts on how February, March will be if you have different settings. It will impact on the date value. Alright, the days, the number of days inside. Say you got February, which is a month, right? If in the US setting, it is actually the what? The date, right? Okay. So back to this. Now I am going up here And what I'm going to do is like this, guys. So click on anywhere in the body of the table. Go to table design. Can you look for this? Can you look for this, guys? Slicer? Can I? You found it? Let's click on slicer. Found this? Found this? Okay, no? You get this?
Yes, can.
Okay, that's good. Now, this bunch of stuff, right? What we do is like this. Let's click on a few items only. Subcategory, product category, store. The rest, it doesn't make sense too because it's just too transactional. So only 3 items. So click OK. I zoom out. I get this bunch of stuff. So these are slices. Okay. Slices will not appear in other tools except Excel. You don't have it in Power Query and all, so it's just Excel stuff. Okay. But it's a really useful thing. I'm gonna actually drag it to the side here. Simply, randomly. I need to reduce my screen size. Alright. And you notice something here. Let's say I click on, say, any shopping mall here, say Lafayette Plaza, right? I notice that when I click on this also gets clicked because there's a funnel there. It means that it's filtered. And do you see that? Now I can't zoom in because I'm going to show you 2 ends of the screen. Slicer is a visual tool just for what? It's called slicing, right? It's actually filtering. Actually filtering stuff. So you want to clear things out. Simple. Unfilter things. It's just this icon here. It can't be decoupled with this drop down box. It's the same, no? You can't detach it. It works like clones. Alright? If I'm gonna select this mall in Singapore. Click OK. And see this gets filtered. Alright? So they are the same thing. Except they appear differently. Different form. Okay? The reason is because like this. Here, you've got to drill in and see what's filtered. Here, no need. It's right in front of us. Okay. So I'm going to clear this. And go into filtering. I mean, under date filters now, you want to go there. Column A, guys. Column A. You see this? So this is quite straightforward. What you want to filter. It's kind of like overkill of things, right? Next month also you can filter. Next week, tomorrow also you can filter. No, goodness. So, and as if that's not enough, right? You can like custom your filter. Key in the date that you want to filter. All dates appear. Look at that. So, this is. We won't be actually filtering one by one because these are just simple stuff, the simpler side of things. Okay. You can do a quick one if you want to. How about tomorrow? Oh, okay. Tomorrow there is a date there. Okay, so it works. Okay, so you get the idea lah. So, and if you do really want to do something else, you can click on here and also filter. So not short of filters, guys. You look at the stuff. Okay, and you want to filter here, you can filter here. So Excel will kind of make sure that we can filter things, right? Okay, I'm randomly clicking on store. Now again, right, notice here. Take a look up here. You see that? If you unselect this, I'm going to do that. Hey, it's hidden already. See, same behavior. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and there it is. Notice this? I'm going to change the colors simply randomly. So try it. I just want to differentiate stuff so that it is clear on things. I want to color code my own mind. All right. So you see this subcategory? I hope you guys got this subcategory. So I'm simply going to click on say edifier. I think edifier is what, speakers, right? Correct? It's a speaker brand, right? Sound system. So let me click on it. Hey, there it is. Speakers. You see the rest of the items are grayed out because they are not relevant. And where is edifier? You see that? That is filtered. Okay, so you get the idea. These guys just correspond to each other. So if I don't want this, I clear it, right? If I click on say CPU, I only get AMD and Intel. The rest are grayed out. So vice versa, this is grayed out. So it's kind of visual actually, which you can use for dashboards lah. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay, guys.
Yep. Okay.
Let's take a short break, guys. Okay. 10:32. Let's come back at 10:47. 10:50 lah. 15. That should be 15 minutes, right? Okay. Let's be on time and come back 10:50. See ya.
Alright, see you.
Is it? I see lower price lah. I think so. Okay, example maybe not KN95. 3-ply price. I saw as cheap as 2 ringgit something for 50 super duper. Yeah, man. So don't know lah. It's super duper cheap, right? And now since we are in top 10 global number of cases, so don't know lah, a bit scary lah. The quality of mask like that lah. Well, shall see how. So how's everyone? Got back or not? I hope the rest is back. So it's 1:40, 1:41, and hang on. Just sharing my screen now. This is where I left off. Already to start. Thanks. So we're going to have a heavy afternoon full of Power Query. And we got this bunch of stuff here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. I have the Power Query window open up. And this is a table. Right? And if we go to transform, this is a table. Subject to the same rules that we did for the Excel table. Alright? So in a table, there's no such thing as a single cell. Technically, there's no such thing. But I sometimes have to refer and use the word cell because there's no other word to use. Right? So cell. Alright? Cell only exists in Excel actually. Okay? I'm going back to add column here. So making the window a little bit big. You notice that if I make it smaller, you look at the ribbon, the icons actually move smaller and get collapsed. You see this? So things get smaller. So I'm gonna put as wide as possible. Now under here, I'm in home. If you notice up here, right, there aren't many tabs. Transform, add column, and view. Add column and transform. Some of the, you notice, right, these two, they're similar icons now on transform and add column. Well, it's like this now. You're right in saying that, hey, there are similar stuff. The difference is like this. Add column performs the same functions and it adds a column to your table. So of course they are slightly different functions, but if the functions are the same between transform and add column, right, the difference in add column is it just adds a column and does the things and go on its way to do stuff. Alright? Okay. We shall see it later in more detail. Go to view, please. Under view, look for query dependencies. Click on it. So on the query dependencies, you get a diagram flow of your tables. This is my main folder. Okay, these are the two tables, which is here. Status not loaded, which is good. This is what we wanted. Alright. And I depend on this diagram a lot, this query dependency, when I work with multiple sources of data, sometimes up to 10, so there are tables flying across everywhere. So I use this diagram to keep track of where I am. Okay, we'll close this. Take a look at this one now. Now this bunch of stuff here is M language. M language is it stands for Microsoft. M stands for Microsoft. It's a query language. It's not a programming language designed to query, which is dig into your data, extract it, and do things, and that kind of thing. So query data. Alright. These things are the bunch of actions that took place when we extracted these two columns. Alright. So just be careful of modifying this stuff. So any error will actually create corruption in your data. Okay. Talking about steps, on your left side, you will be able to see the steps that take place. Okay, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you see this highlighted? We are in the current state. Okay, I'm going to close this advanced editor. No need for it. Now this part here is very dangerous. You're going to be very careful. Reason is like this. This is our undo button. Okay. Now the undo button in Excel, we don't see steps being displayed. Here we do. It's kind of like having your mobile phone camera. Now sometimes you switch to professional settings, right? You are able to see that your handphone camera can, set the white balance, the aperture, the shutter speed, or something like that. So that kind of thing going on, right? So many settings here, and these are in chronological order. If I go to source, be very careful when you click, because you might be able to actually rearrange this stuff. No, if you rearrange this stuff, it will cause a corruption in your data. Always be on the latest. Alright, so I'm just showing you on the source here. This is what it looks like when the data was extracted. First step. Second step. See this header is still here. Third step. See, the header was promoted. Right? It was the first row and it was promoted to the header. And on the change type, some of the things will actually change. Alright, so be very careful about deleting or dragging this to another location on a listing. Okay, it's kind of like do you watch movies on, I don't know, time travel? Have you ever watched movies on time travel? Anyone? What? Anyone? Don't watch movies at all? Totally work life. Time travel movies. I mean, anything related to time travel. It was in the 80s, man. 1980 something. Three, I think. Oh, yeah. Okay, can do so, I think. Yep, go on, Senator. It's because you didn't extract this. You gotta extract this. Just now. You gotta choose two items. So you gotta go back and extract it, but you gotta choose add column. Yeah, Senator. Can. Okay. Yeah. You need to what? Can lah. I show you later. Because I need to go back quite a number of steps now. You need to check on the box lah. Select multiple. Then you can select. Yeah. So anyway, I was talking on time travel movies, right? You see, in those movies, when you go back in time and change something, then you realize the future actually changed and all this thing, right? Like, I don't know, Back to the Future, then suddenly you come back, become richer, millionaire or something, right? Because the guy actually changed something in the past, right? So it's the same what you call that? Same analogy here applying here. If we change something here, we might impact here and corrupt the data, no? So very dangerous. Not to say might, no. I want to rephrase myself. You will actually corrupt the data. So very dangerous. Alright? So be very careful about where you are. You need to be in the current status of things. Don't go here. All these things, when you're going back, right, is actually to correct errors and so on and so forth. So you don't need to make sure you are on the latest step. Okay? Because once a step is corrupted, right, you will never be able to recover it. It's gone, no, forever. Okay, be very careful. You need to start back, or you don't save it and then get back again. All right, open it up again. Okay. So okay, also Sunitra, thanks for pointing out there should be 2 items here. So guys, please make sure you need to have 2 columns here. Alright, because we're going to make use of them. Alright, let's go for it. The data is the same anyway. I'm under add column now. Let's go to add column. We want to combine this stuff. Alright, we want to combine this date, year, month. Where's my notepad? We are going to do this. Let's do this format. Something like that. Alright, date, month, year. Okay. Alright, so we have to select in such a way that it is in this sequence. We're going to have to select date. Use your control button, month, and then year. Okay, so don't do anything else different. Please do that in the sequence: date, month, year. It doesn't say anything, but if you want to combine in such a manner, you have to follow that sequence in such a manner, right? It has to be like that. All right, now we want to add an additional column to cater to house, date, month, year. All right, so we are going to go right here. All right, click on add column. All right, okay, don't undo anything, just leave where you are and look at my screen first. This is the option that we're going to use. On my screen, I'm going to unselect what I did. When I do, notice that this is grayed out because there's nothing to merge. I did not select any columns. So when I click on date, month, and look at that, going into the second column which I selected, this becomes ungrayed. And third column. Okay, so just remember this stuff. And all you need to do now is to click on merge columns. Can you come to this? You get this? Under separator, drop down the box. So you remember, we want to separate by dash. Not that it's very important, but it's just for the fun of it. So dash is not really here. We're gonna have to use custom. Come to here. Use a dash. Alright. So far okay now, guys. Now this is the part where all these things cannot be undone. And if you miss out anything, I gotta really go to the start, So make sure that you're on the same page. So it's like that, So, alright. You can name the column name if you want to. It's very generic, so let's name it. Let's rename it to some logical name. Okay. Actually, the correct name will be 4Ys. Anyway, click OK and get something like that. Okay. Does it work, guys? Date, month, and year. Oh yeah, correct. This one? Yeah, use your control button. Use your control button. Yep. Welcome. Any more questions? Anyone? Hello, Neil. Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. Yep, welcome. So it does follow the order that you have selected. Okay, don't worry too much if you haven't got the exact thing, but remember, in your real life situation, just follow the sequence that you want. The sequence that you require will be the same sequence that you select your columns. So I'm going in here, and you look at all this ABC stuff. It is the number formatting. I'm keen to look at this. ABC means tax. Now I want to change this to date format. Let's change this. When I click on date format, it will follow my computer settings. My settings are slash instead of dash, but it's okay. I can change it back in Excel. The important thing here is to make sure the formatting is date. Alright, because date can look like tax. So very important that what appears here must be in the true value, because if it lands in Excel, if your cells are in tax format, you can't really do anything to it. Okay, and clearly I can see that this is in tax, this is number, which is okay. Supposedly this is number, right? These are numbers, it's fine. I'm gonna come out, and that's it, done for add column. Let's go to home. Under here, home. Alright, look for close and load. What you need to do now is to drop down. Now always make a habit to drop down that arrow. Please don't directly click. Alright, and you will see the list of options here. Now close and load to is grayed out. Alright, the reason why it's grayed out, right, is because like this. The thing is already in Power Query, and there are no other options left. You've done the job. The next option to do or not to do, alright, is to export it to Excel. So, but we're going to export it to Excel, alright? And close means Power Query window will be closed. So let's click close and load. Alright. Now you see here, nothing actually triggered, right? Nothing was added to Excel at all. Nothing was loaded. Or was it? Was it? Now, if this situation happens, you can manually trigger again. Alright, that load too. So we did add column, right? So just go to the relevant query. These are all queries. Right click on it, please. Look for this guy over here, load to. Click on it and trigger that load. Okay, sorry, this is load to, right? I should be triggering load to, but there's nothing here, so it's only load to. So back to this window again. So anyway, I want a table and new worksheet. All right, so that's all. Table and new work. Why? Because this bunch of stuff is talking about the options to load into Excel. All right, either one. New worksheet. Click OK, and you get this. See this? The name follows the query name. Name of the worksheet is the query name, and this is the table as well. All right, the whole thing is table, right? So it follows the query name. Okay, and it's done. Now this date here, this date column here, what I want to do is right click on it, format cells, go to custom, under general, delete everything. Now I want to add my own format. No, I want to change my format into M-YY. Now regardless whether that format is contained in this listing, I find it kind of fast to just add in my customization, which is this one. You don't really want to care whether the list has it or not, because it's so fast, to rather than scrolling through. So click OK, and there it is. Alright, and save please. How's it? Does it work on your end? Okay ka? Anyone? Good to hear that, Zik. Thank you. Thumbs up from Sonitra. Give me this one. It is actually related to what you have here, no? What is stated here? Is it sheet 1 or add column? It could be Excel. It could be Excel version, I think. Yeah, only thing leceh thing is you got to rename this if you want to lah. Yours is Excel. Is it 365? Oh, we're having the same version. Should be the same. Hang on a second. How about 2016 users? Did your worksheet name change? Okay, no problem. It's because sheet 1 was probably done, so it follows in a ascending order. What's being named here, right? We always follow this kind of stuff. So it follows the query name. Even the table name follows the query name. Okay. You just want to check whether guys, do you have add column and transform here, especially Kafong? Is it add column and transform? Okay. Anyway, keep that in view first. Alright, that funny thing. Just note that whether coming exercises, whether it happens or not. The coming one is like this. We are going to go to transform now. And click on it. Okay. These are your queries, as you know. It's something like our worksheet in Excel actually, except that it's in table format. Alright. So make sure you're in transform now. Okay, what we're going to do is like this. We are still going to do the same exercises now, guys. We are still going to combine the 3 columns into one. Alright, same thing. Then now under transform, right, we are not going to add the 4th column. We are just simply going to transform, which means, right, these 3 columns here are going to be merged into one. So that's the main difference. The rest of the works are the same. So firstly, I'm going to select date. Again, what I'm going to select, right, is the arrangement following the sequence of my DD YY format. Date, month, year, using your control button. Okay, date, month, year. Alright, now instead of going to add column, go to transform. Can do. Again, right, instead of going to add column, go to transform. Okay, click on merge columns. Okay, now separator, actually the same steps, go to custom and put a dash there, same exact steps. Rename your column. You can give it any name you want. I'm just simply putting the same thing that I did earlier. That's it. Click OK. You see that? One column is merged. Why? The reason is simple. We didn't add a column. That's why. So you see, some of those functions are the same, except column added, not added, that kind of thing. All you need to do is to pay attention to what we select. Okay? And do you see the steps? You see this merge columns thing? That's the latest, yeah? So if I backstep one or two things, see, this was the second last. The last one. I'm very careful not to rearrange these things. These steps here. Very dangerous because it's quite sticky, yeah? Okay. And it's done. Alright. How's it so far? Okay ka? This one. Oh yes. Thank you for reminding me. We have to. In this case, click on this, go to date, and it changes. Alright. That's the reason why I did this. So let's export to Excel first. Close and load. Close and load. Now again, if it did not happen, right click, load to table, new worksheet. New worksheet, huh? Guys, don't mess up this worksheet. New worksheet, and click OK. And I get this. Now the reason is like this, okay, let's change this first to date format. The same format. Sorry, triple M dash YY, or anything that you want to change. Alright, now doesn't matter. So you see, let's say if I do anything to this, or maybe I don't know, delete something here. Alright, or delete some other things. When I refresh it, those things come back because this is the source that is populated back to the table here. So that's why I changed the format here and not here. This is not the true format, right? This is just how it's presented. The true format is still date, month, year in Power Query. Alright, it's linked up now. Okay, whatever you refresh, right, you actually retrieve the same data that we came across in Power Query into here. If we want to decouple this, we look for unlink. That means totally unlink this. Okay, totally unlink this link, or you may change this range, this table into range. Now it's a table, right? So if you convert this into a normal Excel range, there is no link. Okay, can so these two methods, okay, not so far. Okay, thank you. You know this lagging thing that is behind my mind. I noticed something now. Okay, I didn't realize this before. I was using Webex a lot in my previous company, right? I faced the same situation as well. Now, when I started using like Teams, Google Meet, and Zoom, right? I didn't face it, no. I'm not sure whether it could be the app thing or not. I don't know. This is the observation that I came across lah. Alright. And when I was using Webex, I did upgrade also, no, my internet, right? The package. So to at the time 100 Mbps. I still felt the lagging. The thing came on. So like that lah. Alright, so we are done for file number 3. So you're done, please save and close. Nothing already. Done. Next one. File number 4, nothing there. The data is in file number 4.1. So I'm going to open up file 4.1. It just has 2 worksheets there. Questions and answers. Now, we're going to combine the 2 files. Alright, the 2 worksheets. There are 2 methods of combining data when it comes to Power Query. Alright. We have this first method, combining it by side. Okay, that means you have a report on your left side, the other report is on your right side. So you have only 2 reports, one is on the left, one is on the right. Alright, so if we combine using this way, questions and answers will be displayed like that. Of course, logically we want to arrange questions first, right? Answers first will be a bit odd. Second method of combining files is this way. Downwards, we have multiple tables end to end. It's similar to copying and pasting, going to the end of the first report, pasting it. So in this particular scenario, we have multiple worksheets or tables. Alright, here only 2, this part, here multiple. Alright, okay. So this particular method of combining files is called merging, and this method is called appending. Okay, so that means side by side merging, moving downwards, appending. So in this case, we are going to append things, right? Let's take a look at this data. The data is pretty straightforward. Under questions, I have 3 columns. I got interview ID. So every interview has an ID, and every interview has 10 questions inside, and these are the questions. So everything is the same. Interview ID is unique. Alright, let me switch to answers now. So under answers, I have, let me space it out first. Interview ID, there is about 6 only. Answer ID and answers. So 4 questions could not be answered. The next interview, Only 4 questions answered. Next one. Looks like a lot of answers. Some are duplicates. Could be 2 respondents inside the same interview, and some of the questions could not be answered by both or one of them, and so on. So I'm keen to take a look at how many rows the answer file has. So I'm pressing my control down arrow and looking at it. It's got 16,000 over rows of data. What about questions? Let me go to the last row. Wow, 26,000 rows. So 26 minus 16, how much is that? We got 10,000 difference, 10,000 questions difference, right? 10,000 rows in different. Okay, let's do this. We are going to close off file 4.1. We are going to go to Power Query, extract this data, and then merge them together. Can do. Okay, let's close off. Don't save the changes. Go to file 4, please. So our steps will take place on file number 4. Alright. Okay, file number 4. Nothing here except small note. So ready? Let's go to data now. Get data from file, from workbook, and look for the 4.1. 4.1 here. And we get to this. So far okay, no? Right. We have questions and we have answers. And I'm clicking on this box, select multiple items to select answers and questions, right? If I don't select this, I can't select 2 items. Alright. Okay. And down here, we don't cancel, we don't transform data, we click on this. The reason is we want to create a connection from Power Query to the source. Okay, we don't want to load in Excel. We just not merely want to go to transform data. This is the Power Query window. We are not doing that. Alright, so we want to choose the option so that we can customize our link or downloading for that matter. So click on load to. Hang on, we get to this. Alright, so we want to create a connection. So meaning to say, right, Power Query in file number 4 now is creating a connection with 4.1 and grabbing the data from there. It's not downloading into Excel. Okay, that's why we don't select this bunch of stuff. Please click on uncheck this box. And click OK. And we get this right over here. Nothing unusual, is what is expected. I'm going to double click on either one to get into Power Query. Power Query window is opening. I'm in Power Query now. Alright, I can see that, hey, these are the 2 tables, which is good. Alright. Okay, so remember our report design, right, is merge questions on the left side, answers on the right side. Alright, you notice my steps are quite repetitive. Just to make sure that you guys remember the steps. And you want to click on this. I'm curious. Okay, question and answers. Looks very fine. Okay, let's go to home. We are looking for this bunch of stuff. Do you have it, everyone? Okay, you need to observe now on your screen whether you have this drop down arrow or not. Well, thanks, couple. How about the rest? Okay, so very important there, because this is a matter of updates. Now we're going to merge, right? So I got to say this. If I'm merging, definitely I won't click on append queries, right? That'd be a bit silly. So let's go to merge queries, right? Click on the drop down box. You have two functions here. Alright. Merge queries means, now I happen to be in what? In this query, right? If I click on this, it means that stuff from questions will be messing up my answers table. I mean, it's okay. It's a matter of choice whether we want to do this. We can also do like create a new space, alright, to house both these two. So nothing wrong. It's just a matter of style. So let's create merge queries as new. Let's select merge queries as new. Click on this, please. And I'm going to zoom out. Okay, there it is. Okay. You notice answers are selected because I happen to be on answers. So not to worry, we can always select questions first. Second one, answers. They're the same, except in the matter of selection now, you select the proper one. Alright? So it doesn't matter now in this stage whether which one comes first. In this stage is important. Alright? It's too big, so I zoom out. And under here, drop down this arrow, please. Click on this. Eventually, right, we are going to select this now. But let's go through what are all this stuff. Alright. Now there are 6 join kinds. Now what are join kinds? It's like this. All you need to do to remember all the 6, right? All you need to remember is one of them. Okay, because the rest are opposites of another. Let's take a look at left outer. Left outer means like this. Now remember, our design has 2 reports. One on the left, one on the right. This is questions, this is answers. Okay. Selecting left outer will mean our final query or final report, alright, will have all rows coming from questions. That means everything now. Everything will be appearing in the final report. Alright, everything from questions. That means everything. But only matching answers will appear. So you see that, right? If here, right? So if here there are 10 rows, if here there are 4 rows, the whole length of report will be 10 rows now. Because why? Only matching items will be matched, right? So the rest will be actually like not appearing lah. Okay, the rest of the items in answer which are not matched will not appear in the final report. So that's all. Okay, so the rest are just opposites of one another. Okay, let's see this. See, right outer, all from the second, matching from the first, blah blah blah. All right, but we're going to select everything, Okay, so if we got 10 lines on the left report and 4 lines on the right report, that means in the final result, right, all the lines will appear, whether they match or not. All right, and see what we get. Okay, firstly, I will select the criteria of matching, which is interview ID. So that you need to select criteria, otherwise how does Power Query know what to match, correct? Not? It shows 26,000 out of 26,000 plus rows, which is fine. Okay, we can go to second criteria, okay, which is putting the questions and answers side by side. Use your control button. All right, now you can see that this is first level, this is second level. All right, interview ID match, questions and answers will be put side by side if they match. All right, and I go down and I see from 26,000 this has dropped to 17,000 because the rules have tightened, so it's dropped. All right, so far any questions guys on this before we go on? Okay ka? Quiet ni. Hey, how I know you're not there? How I know you're there or not? Never see the cam, Yes, sir. Okay. You're not lying on a couch or something, right? No way. Yeah. Relax, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but the rest didn't on for morning, what? You only on, and what, Sharifah? Correct. I think a few others now. After that, no more. Right. Alright, so there's one thing here, FYI only. This thing you only see in 365 and Power BI. Okay. What this fuzzy thing means is like this. Okay. Example. Alright, so this. Okay, so how do you spell management? Is it correct spelling so far? Okay. Department. Okay. So, alright, you see, what is fuzzy? What is actually artificial intelligence? It's been around for some time. In say example, washing machine, appliances, and stuff like that. Back in 20-30 years back. So we can spell management this way sometimes, and department, something like that, or maybe division or something like that. That kind of thing. Maybe some short form thingy. So if we get these things, if we select fuzzy, it means that both can be matched. You see, otherwise under normal circumstances, you got to match management and management word for word. So fuzzy actually takes that out. It's kind of like being smarter. Alright, doesn't matter because we are matching numbers, right? Okay, we are matching interview ID and question ID, so this one doesn't come in. Okay, so back to here. So already you notice something, right? If you're familiar with VLOOKUP, you can only match at the first level. So this one can match multiple levels. So Microsoft didn't say how many levels exactly he can match. He says it can goes up to multiple, many levels. No limit, in other words. I'm sure there's a limit, but haven't reached it for now. Haven't reached it. Alright. So click OK. And you get this. You see this? Merge one. Very generic. Let's change the name. You can go here to change your name, or here. Either one. So I'm simply going here to double click, changing it to say something meaningful, because merge one is very generic, right? So I'm going to click OK on this. Alright, so coming up, so this gets changed as well. Haven't finished yet. If I notice something, look at that. This is not complete yet. No, the answers, they're kind of shy, so they don't display. So what we're going to do is like this. You see this button here is the expand button. Let's click and expand the items. We see this, select everything, don't change it, click OK. Okay, now please also look through on what you have on your own Power Query. Just examine what you have and make some observation. So from here, right, I can't actually see the last row because it's not Excel. I'm going to export it to Excel right now. So click on close and load. Close and load. Alright. And I'm here. Yep. Yeah, because there's no answers. Yeah. I'm going to the last row and see what I get for now. It's like 31,000. I also have null, but these are null. The blanks are null lah. So that that means I got questions and I got no answers because the answers are not complete. Right? Okay, null here. No. No answer. And because we chose full outer, okay, full outer, all the rows from answers, or rather, firstly, all the rows from questions and all the rows from answers will have to appear in the final report, whether they are matching or not. No? Now, do you notice anything here? Any comments on this? Just now I pointed out, right? Questions was 26,000 rows plus. Answers was about 17,000 rows. So how does that flow into? How does it flow into this? This is 31,000. No. What happened then? No duplicates. No duplicates, but very close there. Very close there. Anybody else want to try? So it's actually like this. We stated that all the rows from questions will appear and all the rows from answers will appear in the final report, no matter what. So we have 26,000 questions, right? Answers we have about 17,000, correct? And all have to appear, no? So this 31,000 comes from, well, the ones which are matching will appear side by side. The ones which aren't matching will throw out in additional rows. So that's the logic of it. Okay? Alright? So 31 minus 26, how much? Is it 5k? 5,000, right? Around there long. So it means this 5,000 consists of answers which do not match to questions. That's why it throws out. You can say, Neil, you can say that it's kind of duplicate in the questions, and the duplicate is actually caused by the non-matching answer. Because it's non-matching, the answer will throw out on another line. So that's what happens. You see, look at that. This is a good example. Well, unmatching answers. Unmatching answers will be. Now let me rephrase that. I would say. Let me think. It's not unmatching answers. Just to correct myself, you got a point there. I would say null values. Does it make sense? This is duplicate, but it's got answers to it. If I go on to select blank rows, yeah, it comes from the blank answers. If I have 26,000 rows of 26,000 rows of questions, all right, and if I have things that are not matched, it will throw out. If I can't have it match, it will throw out. If I have blank, if I don't have answers there, the questions will also be there. Does it actually make sense? What I'm saying? Does it make sense? Anyone? You see these blanks? I am going to open up the original and checking on a question. Oh, okay. I have blanks here as well. I have the question number, but I got no questions. So I don't have answers because I don't have questions. That's one. I'm just taking a look at the values here. Yes, correct. Okay, I think I did select, thanks for that. I think I selected full outer for this. Do you guys get 31,544? 544? What let me check. If I go over to view and go to advanced editor, I can actually see that, oh, okay, I did not while I was talking, right? I accidentally selected a left outer. I did not. Okay, so no worries on that. So what happened is like this. I selected left outer accidentally. It means that everything from questions has appeared. And yes, it has appeared, that's for sure. After the checking, right, there are no null values in question ID. Yes, questions, there are blanks. Alright. And what happened was answers which aren't there are treated as null. Plus, there are also answers which are there, but they don't have values in it. So two situations. So that actually causes the 31,000 the items to be bloated up. So I'm very curious now. I want to redo the steps here. Alright, I am just redoing now the whole thing by going to home now. Alright, clicking on this, merging queries as new, performing the same steps. Alright, I'm selecting definitely now full outer for sure, clicking on interview, using my control button. Alright, I get a different form of lines here, which is fine because now it's full outer, and click on OK, and I get a merge too, right? So I'm just going to name it, say Q&A 2, guys. So Q&A 2. Alright, yes, some of you may be pointing out the now value. So I guess Kafong, yes, that was because of the merge kind, which was a different merge kind. I'm going to click on expand this thing first. Alright, and I get this stuff. Alright, so now this is full outer, and I'm going to click on close and load too, and see what I get, guys. I get even more actually. Full outer. If you have selected full outer, what was the numbers that you got? Anyone? I get 48,000. Yep. Let me do it again here. It should be actually the same. Hang on. I am just gonna delete stuff. Let me delete this too. And then redo it. Okay, I'm gonna click on questions. Let's see. Go to merge queries. Queries is new. Okay, now clearly select full outer first. Interview ID, questions, answers. So that's it, huh? Okay. I get 17,000. I believe just now I was selecting the wrong one. So let me click OK. Expand the options. Click OK. And get this. And I export it to Excel. Close and load. Close and load. Okay. I get back like 31,000. This is full outer. Let me double check the code. Now full outer. So I did full outer. Thanks for that. So let me get back to Excel and save. So it full outer, right? In this case it's not left outer now, so this one is full outer, which means that all the rows in questions must appear here and all the rows in answers must appear here, regardless whether they are matching or not matching. If they match, they are fine. If they don't match, they'll throw out into different rows. That means additional rows. Okay? Okay, huh? So that settles the confusing part of things. So wherever they match, Whatever that throws out that don't match, questions and answers, they won't be on the same row, no. Different rows. That's why they add on, they'll just throw out different rows. Alright, let's save up. Alright, let's close this, move on. Next one. Let's go for file 5.1. Let's open up file 5.1. Okay, everyone. 5.1 has 4 worksheets in it. All the 4 worksheets have the same headers. Data is different. Headers are the same. Alright, so these are different regions of the company. This is training data actually. They're not real. Alright. Our purpose and objective is to combine these 4 worksheets this way. That means appending. It's the same as copying and pasting actually. Going to the last line one report. Copy and paste it and then move on. Last line, paste it, and combine it. Okay. But this time we're going to do it in Power Query and not copying and pasting. Let's close this 5.1 and open up 5 because file 5 is our reference point. Okay. Nothing there except notes. Let's get down to business. Go to data. Get data from file. Some of yours will be saying from Excel, right? Excel, okay. Same stuff. Click on it. Look for 5.1 now. Okay, for this purpose, guys, the steps are exactly the same as earlier. Four worksheets. Click on this to select all 4. Moving down, same steps. Load to. Let me come out of this screen. And again, create only connection. Don't check this box. And click OK. Alright. And we get these 4 queries here. Alright. And it says connection. Yes, we connected, but we did not load the data. Let's get into Power Query by double clicking on any of the items. Alright. So I'm in Power Query now, guys. And I want to expand out my query window, and it says 4 items here, which is okay. Now, the option that I'm looking for is right here. Append queries. Now let's click on the small tiny arrow. And what we want to do is like this. I happen to be on west. I don't want midwest, north, south data coming to west, and I'm gonna lose the original, right? No harm in that, but let's create a new query for the 4 items that we have in hand. Now click append queries as new. Now how many tables we have? We have 4, right? Okay, so obviously it's not 2 tables, 3 or more tables. Can 3 or more tables. Do you have this option, everybody? Okay, right? This is an update matter again, guys. The rest are very quiet. I hope you have the same version because because before update, there's no such thing. You have to select one by one. Okay. Alright, 3 or more tables. West is already selected because I'm on West now. Okay, so I'm going to select by double clicking Midwest, North, South. Okay, be very careful not to over click. See that? Be very careful. So I'm going to delete this stuff. So make sure you have 4 queries. So tables, queries, they mean the same. Click OK. I'm going to zoom out. And I got this append one here. Let's change the append one to a meaningful name. I'm simply going to put all regions because everything is combined here, and enter. Okay, so far okay. All right, cool. And that's it actually. Done. If I go to view and click on query dependencies, I get this picture here. Only thing here which is rather surprising is loaded to worksheet, but never mind. There's nothing loaded yet. All right. So because we are yet to click on close and load, so close and load, we are going to do it, bring it to Excel, and there it is. Now this is the table name that I put in. It's become the name of the worksheet. Okay, so it has 4068 rows combined. Okay, if I open up this drop down to see the regions, they are there. Now Power Query, it doesn't have any information window that tells us, oh okay, your source has this number of rows and how many number of rows go into the final report. Okay, it doesn't have that information window. It's trying to tell us indirectly that, hey, everything that you have, when you combine, you won't face data loss. Okay, so far I won't face any data loss. All right, but I have faced data loss when I copy and paste data, but it's a lot of rows that I copied and a lot of rows are in that database. So why do I face that? It's just because in the clipboard there's a limited amount of space. So let me clear all. When I copy something, these things appear. Why they appear? They are ready to be pasted. All right, so this cache or cache, right, has limited size. It's not documented, limited to how many gig or kilobyte. It doesn't. When I experimented with 10,000 rows, all right, certain instances I face memory loss. It's because in those data sets they have many columns. I could go up to, in certain other data sets, I could go up to 30,000 rows of copying and pasting without getting any data loss. It depends on how many columns we have. So this part here is, yes, limited capacity. Just be very careful when dealing with a lot of data. Preferably you don't copy paste, Alright, you use Power Query, because when you have a lot of data, right, what you copy is not what you paste because of data loss at times. When you hit the max, you know that. Okay. but we are dealing with just a very small amount, so no worries on that now. Oh, when you go back here, do you select when you go back to Power Query, right? When you combine the data, do you select the 4 reports? Got that? Can you show on your screen how you did again? Either Sharifa or who else? Is it Kafo? Okay, why not either one? So, Sharifa, maybe could you show your screen? Just redo the steps lah. Just want to see. Okay, it's on now. You can see it. Okay, now go to Power Query. You go to Power Query by double clicking on either one of the queries. Expand your queries. So okay, it looks normal, right? So let's go to home and then go to append queries like what you did earlier. All there, right? Looks alright. Hang on a second. You go to region there. Just drop down that arrow button. Yeah, in the first column. Just click on load more. Looks alright. Okay, close and load to export to Excel. Close and load enough. Yep. Could you check the number of rows by going down to the last row? Is there actually? It's 2040. I how many? I have 4,000. Let me check. That's like the wrong one. Let me do mine again. Thanks for sharing, Sharifa. Hang on, let me share my screen. Okay. I'm going back to Power Query now. Okay, what do I have? So many extra rows. It looks like mine is double up from yours, right? Let me try again. Transform? Nope. Home. Append queries as new. 3 or more tables. So this is definitely out. Midwest, North, West, South. Alright. Click OK. I'm going to put all regions. 2. Enter. Do a quick check. Close and load. I could have actually double clicked on one of the regions. Let me do a quick check on the trail, and I'm going to all regions, the original one. I'm just looking at the code. Oh, I actually combined west, west, west so many times. You see that? You saw that? That was what contributed to my 4,000 euros. Saw that? That's bad. Alright. So be careful, huh? Hmm. 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 I thought I deleted it, no, but it came out again. Let me check on the latest this thing. You see, the second one, this is the second one. It came out okay. I thought I had deleted it, but it was captured, no? But this one, it came out okay, no duplicates. Alright. So yes. Yeah, good point there. But it looks like it was still captured. Alright. So be careful with that. Alright. Yeah. This is 365. So I'm comparing to 2019 Professional Plus, which I was using about a few weeks back. I didn't face this condition. Alright. I didn't face this at all. So something to take note of lah. Just be careful. I got no answers now. It looks like a bug. It's a bug probably. Because I did this like I think a few thousand times now. I do this very often the same data set. So I didn't face this problem at all. Okay. Okay. Close and load. Alright, I'm going to save this up. Control S to save over. So I believe, right, even if you click like extra stuff on 2016, that you won't face the problem. So 2016, 2019, you won't face that problem. Okay. Alright. So how? Jadi kah? Any questions? Despite the complications? No need. You can do on a fresh worksheet, and you can just go and extract out the 5.1, 4.1, whatever data source, and start doing. My data source. No, you can open up any Excel, and you can use Power Query in there, and start afresh. Actually, I'm not sure whether I answered your question accurately. If you have the data source, it doesn't matter which worksheet or workbook that you open up. You can open up a fresh workbook and just start doing your data source. In this case, we have been extracting out data from worksheets, workbooks, local. So let's say we are not doing it in worksheet or local. Let's say you are doing it for ERP system. All you need is to open up Excel. You know, what is that? Yeah, because that's the source, ma. Yeah, because that's the source, right? Without the source, how you gonna? There's no source, right? Then how? Then from where? Yeah. is the source. So you need a source, right, to do things. So if you got no source, then okay, so it's like this, all you need to do is like this. If you want to open up and practice, simple. You need the source there, right? Whatever the source is in our practice files. So you can open up any blank workbook or worksheet and then extract it like normal. You need to have the source, otherwise you got nothing to extract. So okay, and remember something, if you actually move your folders and your Excel worksheets, and you got links inside those Excel worksheets, it's very normal for your values in your cells, right, to show error values if you have moved your links or your source. Let's say you keep everything in one folder. If your folder moves to another main folder, right, I'm not talking about Power Query alone, I'm talking about Excel alone, you will face the links not being valid anymore, and you get error values in your worksheets in Excel generally. Okay, so after the training, let's say you archive your folder somewhere to a subfolder, all you need to do is put back, when you need to revise things, put back this original training folder back to your desktop where it is sitting now, so that your links will come back as usual. All right, that actually applies to everything in Excel. Okay, yes, Neil. that that data model is Power Pivot. We are not using Power Pivot, that's why we are not taking the box. We don't want to send data to another source when we are not using that tool. So yeah, you just don't want to send, you just don't want to send things to another source because it eats up your RAM, you see. These things, it's okay when you're dealing with 10 rows and 20 rows, but you see, you're dealing with 100,000 rows, sometimes it actually collapse your Excel sometimes if you're not careful. It depends on RAM and all those things. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do data model later, probably tomorrow. All right, we shall do that when the time comes. Okay, let's close this up. And let's go on to the next one. The next one, file number 6, has notes today. Why? Because we are looking at customer segments. You click on customer segments folder here. Do you see 5 workbooks? Do you see 5 workbooks? Okay, guys. So okay, good. Because we're going to combine the 5 workbooks, using Power Query. Okay, the workbooks if I click on one of them, right, they all have the same header and they all have one worksheet. They have the same header, but the contents of the data is different. So we got accounting, sales, service, technical, and web divisions. Right. Each particular worksheet has different number of rows. Okay, has different number of rows. Okay. So let's open up file number 6 now. So for file number 6, we are combining those workbooks, and in those workbooks are ranges. All right, we are combining those things using Power Query. All right. let's go for it. Let's go to data, get data from file, this time select from folder. Alright, so I'm going in and selecting that folder, customer segment folder, and click open. I get this window telling me the contents of the file. It says that binary. Binary in this case doesn't mean zeros and ones. It means a combination of text and numbers. It's a variety of things in the files. Alright, so not to worry, that's normal. Under here, we see cancel, transform data, load, and a new button here. Alright, this is what we want to use. You see a tiny arrow here, right? Click on that. Alright, now what happened here just now earlier? You got load and load 2, and we have been choosing load 2 all the time, correct? Because this option opens up a box giving us options on how to do things. So we have been choosing creating a connection only, you remember, right? Okay, because we did not want to load into Excel. We wanted to create a connection so that we can do some things in Power Query, then only load back into Excel. Okay, now how about this? Combine and transform data. Everything is combined. It means the data, there's 5 tables there, those 5 workbooks there are going to get combined. First one is going to get combined and bring us to Power Query. That's this option. This one is going to combine and directly load into Excel. Alright. This one is going to combine but open up that box of options, giving us a chance to actually pick what we want to do. Alright, so different options. We are going to select this one and see what happens. Combine and load, meaning to say we won't be taken into Power Query. Combine and load, it should load into Excel. Final picture, alright, final results. So let's click on it, and I'm just waiting. We'll come to this window. Alright, when I drop this window down, I am required to select the sample file. The sample file and the first file has the same name, so either select first file or accounting is the same. Now the headers, all the headers in the 4 workbooks are the same now. So which means if I select either one of them, it's going to be the same. It's just one sample, that's all. Now it will make a difference if we have a workbook that has different headers. Okay. So we have to make a choice on which workbook to select as a sample. In this case, doesn't matter. First file, there's only one worksheet in all the workbooks. If there are more, the worksheets will appear here. Alright, so I'm going to zoom out. Okay, this is the data. Nothing else to do except click OK. Are you guys following along? I hope so. So let me see what I get. Okay, very good, thanks. And it's done quite fast, so I think there's I think just took a couple of seconds, so we won't be able to see what transpired. And I see this thing pop out. Okay. Now what happened was it just combined the files and loaded into Excel. Everything is here. And that's it. Question here. What is the method of combination that took place? Anyone? Yes, but what is the method of combination? Okay, we got combination of things, of answers. Some say appending, merge. The answer is merge. No, the answer is not merge. I was just kidding. The answer is appending. You know why? What happened here? We are combining this way, right? Downwards, correct? So this method is appending. Correct or not? It's the same as copying and pasting all the files together. Except copy and pasting, you have to remove the title. Here, we don't have to. It just does it perfectly for us. You see that? You see that? So it doesn't matter how many files we have in the folder, just throw in everything that you need to combine and perform the same steps. Okay? Takes care of everything. The only thing that you need to remember is Excel has a limit of 1048576 rows of data. So your combined items, if it exceeds that number of rows, will not be able to load fully. It will be truncated at 1048576 rows. Okay? In that case, you may just want to leave it in Power Query. In Power Query, there's no limitation except for memory limitation. Alright. So I'm gonna save up. Any questions, guys? How now? Surviving or not? Yes, there are other functions. So what we did just now was combining, which is a lot of merging and appending. So the main functions are extracting, transforming, and loading. ETL. So question back to you guys. Did we do ETL just now? Adakah? Yes, we did ETL. So in various forms, we extracted, we transform in different ways. Some is combining, some is appending, I don't know, from folder, things like that. All right. And then earlier on, the first exercise was we combine columns. You remember columns, right? We combine columns. Okay, not files but columns. Okay. So more to come, yeah. All right, more to come. All right. So let's close this. Now, payroll. I'll click on the payroll file. Now over here, payroll is paid by the week. So first one. So our company has only 4 people. Okay, only 4 employees. Rate of pay, rate of pay, hours work, and gross pay, and total. It's just like that. Different weeks have different number of hours work, but mostly the rate is the same. Okay, we want to combine these guys, all these weeks. All right, we want to combine them. All right, but firstly, I want us to do something. This folder has 8 weeks. Let's remove everything except for week 1 and week 2. So I'm going to select this bunch of things. I'm going to put it outside on my desktop. I'm going to cut, don't delete them, cut and paste. I'm simply just going to put outside now. Okay, so they are sitting here. And just leave week 1 and week 2. Okay, that's enough for now. The reason is like this. We want to do week 1 and week 2, alright? And later on, we want to introduce week 3, week 4, and so on and so forth, and see what's the reaction we get. Alright? Okay, Kak. Okay, let's go to file number 7. File number 7 talks about combining recurring data. So what is it about? Let's go into Power Query now. Go to data, get data from file, from folder, click on it. Alright, click on that payroll folder. We want to select that folder. Remember, we have week 1 and week 2 inside only. Click open. So nothing surprising, 2 weeks. Okay, which is fine. Now here is where we have to be vigilant. Of course, we don't cancel, we don't transform. We look at this. Okay, this is different now. Earlier on we combine and load. Alright. Now how different it is. Okay, we want to amend things in Power Query, Alright, which means that we try not to load into Excel before we finish the job now, right? Okay, so let's combine and transform data. We want to move into Power Query to do some work. Click on it. And there we have this familiar window. First file is alright because the format of the week 1 and week 2 is the same. So let's leave it. Select worksheet 1, which is this. Alright, you may notice a few things, guys. What I have here may be different from what you have on your screen. Does anybody have the same, or I know same is okay, but different format? Ada ke? Anyone? Okay, which is 2016, right? Okay, you have some now thing going on here, right? Okay, all right. Anyone else? Thanks, Sharifah. Your Excel. Yeah, I believe it will be the same as Sharifah. Okay, sure. So don't worry too much on that. Excel is moving so fast. Data format error. Why error? So hang on a second. So get back to you. Maybe you can share your screen first. When I'm saying so, expect different appearances, differences. All right, in Excel because we're using different Excel versions. Okay. Now don't worry about it. Even if you are using the same Excel version, you might have differences because it's updated differently. Okay. Can I have the screen up? Is it Kafo? I notice your folder is zip up now. Yeah. Why do you have zip up folder there? No, you can't select the thing because your... Can you do it again? Yeah. Yep. Where's your payroll folder? But it's a zip file, huh? Why is it a zip file? No, you don't have to. You just select the folder and not the. Can you unzip your files, please? You need to select the folder lah, because you're combining from folder. Can you put everything? Yeah. Okay, click OK. Combine and transform data. Looks alright, right? Okay, thank you. Alright. So I'm here and I'm clicking OK. And I get this. Can I see Hazik's screen, please? I just want to determine the format that you have. Yep. Coming up. Thank you. Give me a second. I think on my side your screen is kind of refreshing. So, alright. Sorry, I lost your screen. 1 second. No, don't. One moment. Okay, slightly different. So see guys, just a note. Now what you see here is 2016, right? Correct. So Haziq is 2016. So 2013, 2016 and 2019, they have different formats from what you see on the screen. So mine is 365, also different. Okay, don't be too perplexed or stressed out by this because it's no big deal. Yeah? It's just a matter of, well, dealing with what we see on the screen with the methods that we are going to learn. And we have column 1, 2, and I have column 1, 2, 3 as well. Not that it really matters because I'm going to rename all the columns. Source name, well, that's important. Everything is the same across the different Excel versions. And I have now there. Oh, okay. So that part there, let me see. Okay, we are going to delete the rows with null cells in it. No, you see all those null cells, all those null things, right? We don't need those things. We don't need the total as well. All right, so just take note of things. So we're going to delete the cells, so-called cells, that has null in it. So meaning the whole row will be gone when we are done. All right, we don't need the totals as well. In fact, right, when I look at it, all the items with totals have null in it. You see that? It's a coincidence. So everything with total should be deleted. Alright, so okay, thank you. Okay, because of your Excel version. Okay, got it. Okay, let's get back to my screen first. Sorry, Sharifah. What? Sorry, I can't hear you. No, so not yet. I'm going there. Yep. We are doing it now. We are doing it now. Yes, different. Noted. Yeah. So okay, I want to delete everything with now on it, right? Alright, look at that. All these now items. Okay. You see this? Okay. I tell you what we need. We need only data. We don't need total. We don't need titles because title belong to here. Alright, we don't need that. Alright, so what I need to do now is to do this. This one, okay, I'm gonna promote it upwards. Now make sure, everyone, you have employee rate of pay, hours work, and gross pay. Adakah? Got? So yours is what? What do you have? Oh, what's your first row? Okay, in that case, alright guys, let's delete now first. I'm going to this column here. Okay, I don't want to go to this column because if I go to this column and delete all the null, I'm going to delete this data as well. I'm interested in this and this. I'm going to delete this. So this column here that I'm going is this column here. Do you all get the concept? I don't want to delete this column here with the null because it will delete data here. Alright, so drop this down and let's see what we have here. The method of deleting is slightly different from Excel. So do you see a null here, guys? Do you see that? Do you find a null there? Okay, uncheck the box please. We are gonna unfilter it. So let's unfilter out the null. Okay, can. After I click OK. So this column which I'm focused on does not have null because it's filtered out. See that? Need to make sure that it's filtered out. Okay. Done? Is it done? Okay. So next thing now to do is what? Is to go to remove rows. Right here. Click on it. Look for this option here. Can. Of course, we are still talking about the same column. Remember? The same column is still selected. So select remove blank rows. Do you see this funnel? This funnel is already gone, which means the null which was filtered out earlier is no longer there. It's removed. There's no funnel there anymore. So that, yeah. How about remove rows? Yeah. How about the rest? Huh? Welcome. How about the rest, guys? Okay, not? Okay, great. Okay. All right. Okay. Next thing now is to do what? All right. I definitely have to have this promoted. So, do you have the same line, the first same line, the first same row as mine? Okay, great. So if you have that, all right. What's going on with the line? Who is that? Who's the person who's dialing in? All right. So what you need to do now? No need to select anything. No need. Just keep it free. Under home, right here, use first rows as header. You see that? You have promoted the row up. Can Okay. I'm going to here. to check things out. See this part here? Sample file. And I notice something here. This part here is not really reflecting the actions that we did. Alright, so just be careful of that. Let's go back here. Alright, so under here, I want to delete these things here. See that? This is the title, so I just want to delete this. So I'm gonna unfilter rate of pay and click OK. Alright, and it's gone. And I will have to go to remove rows, remove blank rows like just now, and take it out. Okay. Okay, I should rename this. Double click on it and put in source and enter. Alright. Alright, so how's the shape of your work, guys? How's it looking? Oh. Okay, let's try it out here. Let's try it out. Alright. Okay, I'm going back to payroll folder. Okay, this payroll. So what I do is like this. I want to test it out, right? So let's put in week 3 and week 4 inside. Go to desktop, week 3 and week 4. I'm going to cut and paste. So we want to see how our format looks like when week 3 and week 4 is introduced. Okay. So go back to Power Query now. So under here, let's refresh this. Alright. Do you get this stuff? I know I got this errors now. Now, the reason here didn't turn out is like this. If this happens, guys, if this happens, go to this file here. If this happens in real life, go to this file here and do the adjustments in this file rather than here. Okay. Okay. So this one, it did not turn out correctly on the employee side. Okay. Alright. Let's further introduce the rest of the files, which is 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm going to cut and I'm going to paste it. Alright. And come back to Power Query. I'm going to expect the same thing to happen now if I refresh. Alright. So this part here is not there, but the data is actually there lah. Alright. Okay. So I'm going to go to close and load. Close and load. And it's here. Okay. Now Now it's far 355. Alright, what I'm going to do is like this. I'm going to show you what happens if I do the correction here on the sample file. Alright, what I'm going to do is like this. So I don't interfere with the queries here. So I'm going to open up a new workbook by pressing Ctrl N. Alright, totally new workbook, fresh workbook. It says workbook 1. And I'm going to repeat some of the steps. Go to data, get data from folder. Now the payroll here, right? I will have to remove this first to simulate what I had in the beginning. Go to desktop. Alright, fine. So week 1, week 2. Alright. So I'm going to click open. Same thing. Combine. Combine and transform. It takes me to Power Query. First file is alright. I'm going to select worksheet 1. So it's there. That's worksheet 1. Click OK. I'm in Power Query now. I'm going to transform sample file to do the correction. I don't need the null. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to filter out. Click OK. And remove blank rows. Okay, so the filtering is no longer there. The null is no longer there. Alright. And this guy here, the first row, I'm going to promote to the first, from the first row to the header. Alright. So if you, let's say you're using another different version of Excel, and if there are extra null values, well, just delete accordingly. Alright. Okay, once done, I see that there's an exclamation mark here, which means something went wrong. Okay, and I click on that. You see that? Yes, I expect these kind of things happening because when I go to the transform sample file, I am messing with the. Now you remember that time travel movie thing that I was telling you. You're messing with like in the past and all, so you're going to corrupt future data, right? So that's why it happens actually. All right. So I actually mess up steps, which was like, I don't know, belonging to somewhere here, right? So okay. So this step here, I'm going to choose the second last, and it's okay. The last step is gone. All right. The second last step is kind of satisfactory. See that? So what I'm going to do is like this. I'm going to go to here, which is the error one. All right. And I'm going to delete this step because I don't need that step. I will depend on this one, which looks good. All right. And right now I want to introduce at one go. Let me put in everything. So all the weeks here. And I'm going to click on refresh. All right. So right now, I'm not facing the error which I faced earlier, but I faced an error on the steps which I needed to delete. So the other method was not touching this file, but touching this, right? So the second method I do was coming to here and doing it, right? So I faced that error in the step which I deleted. Alright, so does it make sense? But all in all, right, I think this is the better one. I prefer this, which is cleaning up from here. By cleaning up from here, you will face steps that you need to delete. Alright, once you deleted it, you take the final copy and refresh your files. Okay, any questions, guys? Is it alright? Okay, ka? I'm gonna export to Excel. Sorry, Haziq. Okay. Okay, let's go for a break, guys. Come back 4:15. Boleh? Alright, see ya. Yeah. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test check. Test check. Hi everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back. Now, firstly, before we start, right, I'm just going to save up the things that I left before I went for break. So, this second file which I'm looking at, I'm just going to press Ctrl S, and I'm just going to where I'm supposed to go, right? And I'm clicking on number 7. I'm putting it as a version, second version. Okay. The exercise that we did right before the break is like this, right? The idea is to, let's say in the situation where we have repeating files, alright, recurring files, so we can combine them, okay, by taking a sample first, say a sample of 1 or 2 items, first 2 weeks or months or anything, the first 2 samples, yeah. We do a cleaning up on those 2, and then we pilot it and see whether it works or not. Alright. So in a real life situation, it's not 1 step, 2 step, or 3 steps. It can involve quite a number of steps to make sure that the final output is correct. So only then, when we are satisfied, we pilot, we roll it out. Alright. Alright. The reason is the number of steps that take place is quite worth it because it's considered to be one of. Because moving forward, we are just going to press the refresh button and things get done. So the expectation falls on the sample that we do, right? It has to be very correct so that the rest of the incoming files, they can be based on the sample. Okay? Are there any questions, anything that you want to clear up before we move forward? Anything? Boleh kah? The rest very quiet lah. No comment, nothing one. Okay kah? You're back from break yet? Okay, because we can't see each other like not in the office, right? Okay, I'm going to close off this file and save when prompted. Next one, pivoting columns. Let's open up file number 8, everyone. Open up file number 8 and waiting for it to come out. Let's go to data, second worksheet. Okay, this is our data. Alright, we want to pivot this table or this range. Pivot is talking about what? Pivot is talking about when you have a number of rows of data, right? You want to arrange the number of the rows into columns. Okay, it's not the same as transpose actually. You want to rearrange from rows to columns, and it's 90 degrees. Correct, that is pivoting. So during the MCO you hear people talking about pivoting their business, blah blah blah. That's different. The number of degrees is probably 180 degrees. In Excel, in this Power Query thing, is 90 degrees to be exact. Alright, rows to columns. Okay, end result is given here. We must get this thing here. Now, what to do now? You got an ID, a key, a column name key. We got student, class, and score. Student, class, and is repeating. This bunch of things repeating. We got the value. Alright. So first one, student, Bob, class 2, score 80, so on and so forth. And we want to rearrange things so that the columns look like this, which means we need to pivot this column and the result must be this. At the bottom are the values, which is this. Alright, okay, so let's do this in Power Query. Now you say that, hey, can we do this in Excel or not? I think most likely you can copy and transpose, paste and transpose, but if you have a lot of data, meaning a lot of rows, right, you don't actually want to copy and transpose because of data loss. Okay, let's click on anywhere in the body of the table. We are going to upload this into Power Query. Go to data. Do you see this? Click from table and range. Hang on, I'm gonna click this again. And there it is. Make sure my table as headers has been clicked. Click OK. And it's there in Power Query. Saw that. Alright. So I want to pivot this. Alright. By default, my ID column has been selected. Alright, it's fine. So go to transform. you need to look for a button called pivot column. You find it? So look for it on your screen. Alright, so you need that. Now the thing is like this. This one wouldn't work, right? You need to select this because you want to pivot this column. Click on pivot column. And get this. Drop it down. There are only two items there. One is ID. Okay. The other one is value. Alright. See that? ID and value. You don't have key inside because the key is the column that you're going to change. Alright. It's asking us like this. It's asking us what we want to do now. We're going to have a table like this. Okay. These are the headers. These are also the headers. So what's in between? What's going to be populated here? Is it ID or is it value? Yep, value. Alright, correct. So value, click on value. And one options, no need yet. Alright, so we're going to see later what is going to happen. Click on OK, and we get this. You get this. Alright. Okay. Alright. This is obviously not correct, right? It's because of that advanced button which we didn't do. Alright, so it was quite deliberate. Now what happened here? All 1 1 1. What we wanted was this. You see that? Okay, so what happened was like this. I'm going to delete this tab right here and rework it. Okay, right now click on key column, pivot column. Alright, click on value like just now. Now you see here under advanced options, we didn't touch this at all. Now we're going to change this. What happened in the 1 1 1 1 was it counted these items as one. Right now we don't want to count it. That means don't aggregate nothing. Okay, don't aggregate. That means no counting. No, we want the data to be represented as they are. Okay, if we selected count like just now, we're gonna end up with 1 1 1. Okay, and do you notice that it's all count here? What's the reason? It's because we have tags and numbers. That's why we have count. It can't sum because all these names can't be summed. Alright, so okay, don't aggregate and click OK, and there we have. See that? Alright, same results. So now it's time to click on close and load into Excel. So I'm going to save up. That's it. Any questions? Anyone? Do you work on your site? Okay, go. Okay. So far, guys, afternoon session, I just have Ka Fong, Haziq, and Sharifah responding most of the time, and of course, Sunitra as well. The rest of you, apa macam? Half dead already or still surviving? Because I don't see you. I don't see you guys on the cam, so Yeah, it's good. Good to hear. Okay, great. So thank you. Let's save up and close. Let's head to file number 9 now. Okay, number 9 is the opposite of pivoting. All right. So unpivoting is about rearranging columns to rows, and we have this data over here. End result. What we want to do? You see these columns over here? We want to unpivot these columns so that they are rearranged to rows, columns to rows, columns to rows. All right, unpivot. The word pivoting means rows to columns. Specifically, in Excel terminology, there's no other thing there except very straightforward. Pivot means rearranging rows to columns. Full stop. Done. So unpivoting means the other way around. Click in the body of the data. Alright, go to data, look for table or range, because we're going to bring it to Power Query. Alright, click OK. And there it is. Only one query, right? So these are the years which stretches across, I don't think we can see everything. Okay, right to the age here. Alright, we want to unpivot these guys. Alright, so now the other technique is to do what? Select the first column. Don't select the years. Alright, select the first column, because you want to come here and you want to select this and drop this list down. You have unpivot columns. You want to unpivot other columns. You selected only one. You want to unpivot other columns. So this option is very useful when you have a lot of columns to pivot and you don't want to select like 10-20 columns, right? So you select the column which you don't want to pivot and select unpivot other columns. Click on it, and there it is. I want to rename some things here. This is rather generic, so I'm going to double click on this and simply give it a name like actual budget forecast, and the ABCs are okay. You notice something here, guys? These are numbers and it says ABC, so be careful of these things. It is text that appears like numbers. We don't have to change it because we are not doing any crunching, but just take note of these items like that. Alright, so attribute, I'm going to double click on this and change to year. Enter. This one I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, and it's done. I'm going to go to home, close and load to Excel. Alright, and save. Okay, so far. Okay, alright, thank you. Is it my imagination, or do we have the same number of people now versus the morning? Anybody drop out ka? 17. No, I see double login actually. Anyway, let's close file number 9 and open up file number 10. Data is here. Almost the same set of data. In fact, the same set. Now, we are talking about pivoting, unpivoting, and what about transpose? You see, in Excel, not Power Query, Excel, we only talk about copy and paste transpose. Alright? So when we paste transpose, things will be rearranged the other way around, right? So we're going to do that and see what happens. Okay? And we're going to actually see the results of transpose versus pivoting and unpivoting. Okay? But firstly, if I copy this, right, in Excel, and I paste it, transpose, right, I get something like that. So this is Excel. Okay, and well, this is Power Query. I don't have the year here, right? Correct. Okay, so be careful of the different formats. Okay, let's click on the body of the table and go to data, because we are going to use Power Query. Going to upload it in Power Query. From table and range, click on it. Make sure this is checked and click OK. Okay, there's only one query involved. Let's go to transform. There it is. Alright, there it is. Okay, click on it. That's just one step. And look at that. Where was the thing? Okay, I'm just going to minimize my screen. You see that? You see that? This is Excel. This is Excel. Okay, this is Power Query. It's different, huh? Results are different. So don't expect the same stuff. Alright. So let's close and load into Excel. Go to home, close and load, close and load. So that part there, I should have promoted the rows to headers, so don't worry about that. You can do it in Power Query. So this part here. Alright, so I'm going inside here again to Power Query. Double click on this. See that? I'm going to change to use first row as headers. Simply click on this. The job is done. And close and load again. Now watch what happens here. You see that? This becomes, because this is linked to Power Query. Alright. So whatever changes that take place in Power Query will be reflected when we refresh the table. And save up. Okay, I'm going to open up the previous files. Pivoting. Unpivoting. I open up unpivoting instead. Okay. So this is unpivoting here. This is unpivoting. So my results are this. Because I unpivoted the year column. So when I transpose the table in Excel, it looks like this. You see the difference? This is here. Everything got transposed. When I was doing pivoting, or rather unpivoting, I chose the year column, right? I chose the year column, right? Or rather, I chose this and unpivot this stuff, correct? And I got this. So it was very specific, you see? The column that I chose was unpivoted. This one, there's nothing to choose. Everything gets unpivoted. And the year, what happened to the year? No year, nothing. Okay? And this is different from what we'll get in Excel. Alright, so don't be surprised, right, guys? You copy paste, transpose in Excel, and after that you do in Power Query, and you get these results. Okay. So the term transpose and pivot versus the results in the different tools, different, huh? Okay. Any questions? Anything at all? Yes, go ahead. Mm. Okay. Okay. Cheat sheet should be okay. That's none. That's none. But the instructions are in the green boxes, which is very brief. Very brief. Now the idea of cheat sheets, cheat sheets is to brief up everything, but this is very brief. So if I were to put in everything in the cheat sheet, it will look very big, no? Because there are so many things. So there's none. So the reference, point of reference would be these files, actually. These files. Can And versus that this one and the manual that you have in the PDF. A manual is different. Alright. It's in topic format, but it's a point of reference. Okay, yeah, it's understandable. Because there's so many things and you're doing this for the first time. Yes, definitely you need to go through a lot of practice and things like that just to remember. Okay. Alright. And okay, let's close off. Okay. And a thought that came to my mind is, well, the training. But I leave the decision to Ayuni, if she's there. Recording of the training, yeah. So I'm actually doing a recording of the training. Alright, let's go on. Oh yeah, nothing lah. I was speaking about the recording of the training. I'm doing a recording of the training just in case lah, as usual form. Oh, she's doing it, is it? Okay, I don't see her here lah. Is Monita here ke? Okay, anyway, let's talk about it later. Alright? Okay, thanks, Ayuni. Okay, let's continue. So let's go to file number 11. File number 11 is like this. Data, results. Result is like this, you know. Alright? Data is like that. Can What do you think? Okay? Okay, let's see. We need volunteers, man. Let's pick Crystal. Crystal, hi. Could you demo for us what to do with this? You see on the screen, which means you need to share a screen. Final result. This. Okay. All right. Let's start doing. Share and share. Once again. All right, let's go. Yep, correct. Oh, that's tricky, isn't it? Scroll down to see what you have at the bottom. At the bottom is okay. Then go up. You most likely need to remove those null items there, right? And it's on the first row. All right. All you need to do is you don't have to select everything. You don't have to select anything. Just go to remove rows at the top there. Yep. Remove top rows. And you need to just key in one. You don't have to, it's not Excel. So row 1. Click OK. And that's it, done. Alright. Now hang on a second. Do you see keep rows too? Beside remove rows. So guys, keep rows has the opposite functions of remove rows. You see, whatever we choose, right? The results are the same. No? Just now, Crystal deleted the top row. You can also choose like things like keep bottom rows, and then you specify the bottom rows, but you need to count those rows. So it's obvious that the easiest option was just earlier, was to remove the first top row. Alright? Okay, so you can come out from there. Thank you. So wait, let's promote the first row as header. So let's use first row as headers. Where are we? Can you find use first rows as headers? Yeah, it's done. It's done. There, you got it ready. No more. No need. No need to do anything. You don't click another time, because if you click another time, the first row will take over what you have done. Alright. Check your number formatting to make sure that it is okay. The number formats. It's okay. What is the next course of action? Next course of action? What do you think, Crystal? Any clues or anything at all? And then the first two columns, you see a month and year there. Well, they are standalone, so month and year standalone. They're not really useful. So you need to merge them. It depends, right? When you merge, you need to select the order of the columns before clicking on the merge button, right? The order of the columns. Correct. Then only merge them. Not merge queries. That query is different. It's merge column. Merge queries, you're talking of merging the whole entire table with another. In this case, you only have one table. You need to go to transform and look for the button. Hang on. Yeah, I think you can do it. You don't have to add column. We are just gonna replace the two. It's alright. Go ahead. Separator, you can put in this case, a dash would be good. Alright. So we know that we have selected a dash, but it's going to be overridden anyway, because you look at it, right? What's the number format of that column, the new merge column? It is ABCs, right? So you need to do what right now? What you need to do? You need to click on the ABCs and change the format, right? Yep. Alright. So after that, what's next? The final result requires product description. We have 3 products there to be rearranged from rows to columns. So what do you do? What option to choose when you want to rearrange from rows to columns? Crystal? Wait, hang on. Yeah, another one. Transpose, you're talking about the whole table rearranging. What is the other option? Do you see pivot there? Pivot column? Yeah, that's the one. Because this is very like, you're picking a particular column and just rearranging that column there. Alright? Wait. Hang on. What do you choose under values? Is what we want to populate under the headers in the table here is volume, correct? We want to populate volumes under the titles, under the products. Yes, I think it's good because if you notice your number format is correct, it's 1, 2, 3 is numbers. If you drop down that, click on the arrow called advanced options, it will tell you, click on it, it will tell you some, because those are numbers. Okay, so don't change anything already. Click OK. It looks great, and now export it to Excel. One second, hang on. Yeah, I think now option to change column A if you want to. You see those are dates, right? You may right click on the number format. So the usual stuff in Excel, right click on the column A, Right click on column A. The whole entire column now. Yeah. Choose the triple M double Y thingy. I think it's at the bottom, right? You choose, like, you just go down you need to choose a number format. I know it's somewhere there because it's listed right there in the sample there. So mana, where is it? If it's not there, simple, just replace the general with no, you have to go to custom, replace the general there with your own customized version of the number format, which is triple M dash YY. Okay, click OK. Hang on. Yes. Okay, good job, Crystal. Yes. Okay. The pivot. Hey, this is actually another question, is it? It wasn't linked to Crystal's work. Eh? Oh, okay. So when you want to do power query and pivot table, it's better to actually you can do it from the table. Also, you can you can also send it to Power Pivot and pick it up from there as a pivot table. Okay. Manually. We are not supposed to do that in Power Query actually. So what happens is Power Query is not Excel. So if you want totals, right? Yeah, I understand what you mean. If you want totals, we can export it as a table, and from there we create a pivot table in Excel. Databases, you don't cut out the database, no. It's the same as your systems database. Your system database will not allow anyone or even the program itself to code CODE and add a line of total in the database. You see? So databases are databases. They have nothing except columns and rows of data. So when we deal with Power Query, same concept. You see? So it's not Excel, no. It's not Excel. It doesn't allow things to. We are like this. We are dealing with. We are trying to imagine that we are dealing with a lot of data. All right. And we are trying to imagine that we are dealing it uniformly, in a uniform fashion. Okay. All right. I'm going to do the same. I'm quickly going to do the same thing. Uploading this to Power Query. Okay, thanks. Going to do it now. So it's here. All right. Okay, in this case, I'm going to remove the first row. So I'm going to remove top rows, which is only one. I'm going to promote the first row as headers, and it's done. All right. So, and I'm going to merge these two. I'm going to select month using my control button, select year, because I want it to be merged in this order. So I will choose now to add an additional column. So Crystal did not, it's okay, it's correct also. So for the fun of it, I'm going to add a column, and where is it here? Merge columns here. I'm going to click on this. Okay, separator. I know it's going to be overridden, but I want to do it the correct way anyway. So dash merge, simply name it differently, enter. Alright, I get this right. This bunch of stuff, I'm gonna just go arrange. I hit my delete button and it's gone. See that? See the steps that take place? I remove it. Alright, so this is really recording the things that I do, audit trail. And you notice that I also deleted the column that I wanted. So I'm going to click remove columns and delete it off. Okay, and make sure I select this and this only and delete. Okay, so now this is okay. Now when I have a database, it doesn't matter my date column is on the writer side, but in Excel usually assumes the first column on the left side is date, so that you can work on its graphs, charts, and that kind of stuff. But in this format, it's all one record, you know, no matter how we arrange it, right? It's the same thing. So if I want to rearrange this to the first column, I can. I'm just dragging it to the first and letting go of my mouse, and there it is. And I know this format has to be changed to date, and if I do that, it will override my format, but it's okay. Alright, so I get a true volume. This is because I want the number of days as a true value, because this is the true value of dates. Alright, and it's done. And I need these guys here to be rearranged as headers. Alright, which means that they need to be pivoted. So get this selected, go to transform, right? I'm just looking at something. Okay, go to transform and go to pivot column. And under here, I need to make that decision to select what I want to be populated under product description, which is of course volumes. I definitely don't want to populate dates, they don't make sense. Alright, and that's it. These are in numbers. Do a quick check, it looks fine. And go to home, close and load, close and load, and there it is. I am going to do this quick change. Select, right click, format cells, click on custom, change the format, enter. That's it. Now that's very important. You notice if you click on this, right, this is very important, getting the date format out. Excel assumes the beginning of the month. If there's no beginning of the month, right, it takes first, but it's okay so long that all these are in date values. Okay, very important. If they are not in date values, and if you sort it out, right, you will get this in alphabetical order. You wouldn't want April to be on the first row, and then what follows second? February. You know, it doesn't make sense, you know. So select everything and make sure that it is in the correct format. Okay, which is the date format. Can okay. Do you guys manage to get this? Hope so. Very good. Very good. Alright, gonna move on. Got a few more to go. We ask ourselves, right, whether we can do this in Excel or not. Most likely we can, but Power Query produces a clean sheet of data as output. It has got no formulas, you know. So it's got nothing to eat up your memory when you have a lot of rows of data. It's clean. Alright. The steps involved in Excel is a little bit more in certain things. Yes, we can manually rearrange stuff in Excel. Okay. Let's go to splitting columns. We are not going to do everything in splitting columns. So let's open up file number 12. Because splitting columns can also be done in Excel. Alright. Let's go to split by delimiter. Now over here. You see this? If you notice, I'm clicking on B1 and there's nothing here. It's all blank onwards. Everything is contained in column A, and it overspills the other columns because it's so long. And the information, the data that's inside is separated by commas. You look at it, everything is by comma. Alright. And we want to split this whole entire column into columns. Alright. Yes, we have the same option in Excel. Okay, but we're going to try it out in Power Query. So I'm going to click on anywhere in column A because the data is in column A. And I'm going to go to data from table or range because we are going to upload this to Power Query. Same steps again. I need to make sure this is checked. This is not checked when there's no difference between the first row and the rest of the rows, because when everything is in text format, Excel will not be able to differentiate the difference between row 1 and the rest of the rows. So that will happen and we have to click manually. Alright, so it detects your different formatting. Okay, if there's no difference, it cannot detect and it results in not being checked. Okay, click OK. And we are here. Only one table in Power Query. Okay, so you can see that. So simple point of row, click in the body of the table. So you must find out where's the table, right? Not the overspill columns, but exactly where it is, which is in column A just now. And you get this. And we know that this consists of a few columns. We want to separate this. Alright. So there's nothing to unselect or select. It's been selected once we go into Power Query now. So what do we do? I'm going to minimize my screen and move away my WebEx icon. Alright. I'm going to look for transform. And it's actually here. See that? You see this? It's a little bit like Excel. When you click on this, we are choosing by delimiter because inside here has the option to separate by commas. Let's click on this. Okay, look at this. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Comma, definitely comma and nothing else. Now we have the option. This is different from Excel where we have some options here, say asking us to, hey, do we split it as at the most left or the most right or each occurrence? We know that there are so many commas, right? So we want this. Right? gonna zoom out. So that's it. Nothing else. Click OK. Alright. So this is a list of hotels that was obtained from Malaysia Association of Hotels. So just check what you get as a result on your own screen. Everything is actually split up nicely. Any questions on this? Sure. Yep. This one not split up, huh? Yeah, you're right on this. This one was this, and let's see. It was like that. Yes, there's a way actually. You change this, right, from header to the first row, and then you split up, and then you promote back the first row as a header, right? It wasn't touched because it was the header. Can that means you convert this one into a first row after being split up. Convert back the first row as a header. It'll work. Okay. Alright. So try it out. For now, I'm gonna go to home and close and load to Excel. Okay, so next one is this one. Now this is rather challenging because I simply put in some spaces there just to challenge ourselves. It's not really easy. So this time around we want to split by character number, and the problem is there are different characters on every row and every column. So results we're going to get is not perfect. No, it's going to be like, you know, the best effort. Okay, so click in the body of the range, go to data, same steps again, click on from table range, and you look at that. It's not recognized because everything is tags, can't differentiate. Select my tables has headers, click OK. Alright, and there we have here. Alright, the option I was talking about, Sharifah, was this. Just now, the one. You see this? This was about converting headers as first row. So you turunkan the header as first row. Once it's split up, you bring it back again. You know, that kind of thing. Alright. So you look at this horrible mess that we have. Now we're just trying to mimic some real life thingy that we have. How are we going to split it? Alright, we're going to split it manually like that. So okay, let's go and go to transform. Go to split column. Split by characters. Hang on, come out. Now, when we come to this stage, you must at least know how many. This one will need some pre-work and some guesses, no, to get it right. So usually, don't be surprised that we can't actually get it correct the first time around in a real life situation. So randomly, right? I'm simply going to put in like 15 or so, looking at things. So that kind of thing. Alright. This one means what? No. Means split every 15 characters. I think it may not be enough. Looking at it. Alright. There are other options as well. We drop this down. nothing much, but we can specify, number of columns that we want to split into. And here is recognized like 6, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, Can't be 6, right? Let's try 4 and see. And see how it turns out. We got two options here. 4, 15. So what's happening? So let's click OK and check it out. Alright, obviously there are imperfections. Now look at that. I'm curious to find out how many columns. We have 4 columns, which we specified earlier. 4 is correct, but the 15, well, look at that. Not enough. So it's got to be more than 15. Probably 15, 20. So I'm going back here. This is the original, right? So I'm going to delete, okay, and redo. So split column, number of characters. I'm going to key in 20 this time. Advanced options. 5. Well, let's put it to 4. Actually, there's no problem having 5 or 6, to tell the truth. You know why? If these columns turn out to be blank columns, you can just delete the stuff. You don't really care. So what you need is the correct result. So anyway, I'm sticking to 4. Alright? Click to 20 and 4. Click OK. This part here. Now it looks better, isn't it? Alright. You see there are spaces here, So tell you what. Select this whole entire column. Alright. I'm going to look for... I'm going to go to home. Now where on earth is that? Hang on a second. Too big. Alright. Format. You see that? Under transform, format. This is the cleaning up part that you can use. These are the options. You want to have trim actually. Cleaning is for removing non-printable characters. Trimming is about removing spaces. Alright. Leading and trailing spaces means spaces before or after, or both. Click on trim, and there you have. Alright, you can click on any column and trim it. You see, got space here, right? Alright, and here it looks alright. 1, 2, 3, it looks alright. Okay, guys, when you're dealing with formulas in Excel, spaces will cause errors if they are not the same in your criteria. Alright, so just remember that. Alright, especially when you have manually maintained lists, there's always the tendency to key in spacebar. It's normal. Everybody keys in, right? Put a spacebar there. It's normal. It's not easy to control. So when you apply formulas, you got to make sure your data has no additional space in it. Alright, be careful on that. And of course, the numbers that look like text, but they are not numbers, they are text. It's probably easier if you change it in Power Query rather than in Excel. Okay, so now it's done. We'll go home, close and load, and close and load, and save. Anything? Any questions? Any issues or problems that you want to clear up? Guys, okay ka? No, it's not. We have to demote the header to a row, split it, and then promote it back as a header so that the first row gets split up. It's the same situation as the previous one. You need to, this first row here, right? Alright, you need to undo. Now earlier on, I can't do it now. Earlier on, you need to demote this. Use headers as first row. Put it down, do the splitting, and then select use first row as headers back after you completed the task. Can. Is it alright? When you reach here, right? Alright. This one, you need to demote and treat this as a first row so that you can split up the rows properly. After that, you need to promote it back after the splitting. Can. Okay kan you? Okay. Gonna close this. Save it up. Now there's this part here, indexing columns. It's pretty easy. Click on this, file number 13. Okay. This part here. Data is here, right? Indexing it. Oh. Okay. We are almost finishing, yeah? Alright. Okay, thanks. So under details here, right? We need to itemize, or rather index, these items here. We can do this in Excel, alright? Then now the question is, if we are in Power Query, we don't have to come out of Power Query, do it in Excel, and then go back in the Power Query again. So we can do it directly in Power Query. Okay, that's the intention of things. So click on anywhere in the body of the data, go to data, click from range or table or range to import this. Click OK. And we are in Power Query. There's only one table with one column. Alright. We want to go to add column. Yeah, because we are adding a column and putting an indexing in that column. Okay, so right now this is the one. Click on the small tiny arrow. Now our option is like this. We can start from 0, 1, or customize the starting number. Let's start from 1. Click on it and it's done. Items 1 to 11, and right now I'm just going to drag this to the left. Okay. How's it? Okay, now does it work on your side? It's just numbering the items, alright? Now this looks actually very easy. We ask ourselves, why are we doing that Power Query, right? Yes, it is needed because if we are in Power Query, we don't want to shift things around. So it's a very simple step now. Okay. Okay, and go to home, close and load, close and load to, and there we are, and we're gonna save it. All right. Yep. We are going to continue the rest tomorrow. Okay. Today's session, we saw quite a number of steps in Power Query, and before that in Excel, where we did a table, we did pivot table. Okay, so the basics of things, and then we move on to Power Query. Now, so far, right, from 9 o'clock to now, what do you actually think of what we've done? Say in training pace, is it too slow, too fast, or and also, is it applicable or not in your work? How? Over to you guys. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Sharifah. Mm. Mm. Okay. Thanks, Sonitra. Anyone else? Mm. Okay. All right. Thanks, Kafung. Anyone else? Just share because it's useful. Yeah. Yes. Go on. Who is that? Sorry. Just now it wasn't Kafung, huh? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the. I wasn't looking at the names. Oh, okay. Bowling. Thanks, Bowling. So Kafung. Yes. Yes. Mm. Yep. Yep. You're right. Because if you're using 1 or 200, right, it's okay. So it's for heavy volume. Yeah, you're right. Go on. You any other points to add? Kafung. Any other points? Thank you for the comments. Anyone who would like to add things? We haven't finished, of course. This is day 1, right? Tomorrow is day 2. So, but this valuable feedback. Okay, guys. Hello. Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. Thanks everyone. We'll be keeping you guys. It's 5:23, almost 5:25. What we do is like this. We start off as normal, 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we continue on until we complete the rest of the syllabus. So tomorrow, we'll be looking at the last bit of Power Query. Okay. And we'll be hopping on to Power Pivot and Power View and 3D Map. Okay, so those are the rest of the business intelligence tools in Excel. Okay. All right, let's sign off, everyone. Take care. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks. Yep. Bye. Thanks. Bye.